Mogaji,
and we are both reading the book titled Bode's Birthday Party by Bonnie Fester.
went to store.
Reserve your energy, okay? Reserve your energy.
Yeah, yeah.
Reserve your energy. Now, drum and straight.
Once people they come, they dance to welcome you. What do they do? Okay, right they go. All right, this way, sir.
Hello? 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 Good afternoon. Please, the exhibition is open outside. You can go there and see the books and pick copies, and the authors are around. They can sign for you. Thank you very much for being a wonderful audience. And for our guests online, thank you very much for joining us. We'll be taking off very soon. The exhibition is outside, so feel free to go outside and see the books and pick copies, and you get the authors to autograph them for you. Thank you.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Welcome to another edition of the CORA-Nigerian Prize for Literature Book Party. And this year we are celebrating the authors on the long list of 11. And the focus this year is children's literature. My name is Tomi Falade and I'll be walking you through the events on the green carpet this year. And I'm excited to be here. There's something special about this year that has my creative juices flowing, and I want somebody to tell me about it. If you are courageous, you're beautiful, just come to the red carpet, or the green carpet, I mean, and just have a conversation with me. I'll be waiting for you.
Stunned if it is, but I think everyone on the list deserves the prize.
But if you do make it to the short list, what's the first thing that you will do when it is announced, you know?
Well, definitely I'll be stunned. I won't even know what I can't describe, because just like the long list came as a rude shock. It came
Rude?
Yes, a rude shock, yeah. Because
Or a happy shock?
well, a rude shock. Let me still use that word, because it wasn't something I envisaged. Okay. I didn't see it coming, and then I remember the night when it was announced. I was palpitating, and then to watch the live broadcast and the rest. And then if it happens to be on the short list, well, I think I should just hold on with what I will do till then. Let me just hold on till then.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for talking to me.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Okay, so I think we have our next author on the green carpet. And this particular person is a very special man, because last year I had the opportunity of talking to him. And for many people who don't know, this was my first editor, my first art editor. And it's exciting that I'm on the green carpet with him. I'm very excited to be in the presence of a legend.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
Yeah. Welcome, Mr. Henry Akubeiro.
Yeah.
So how does it feel to be back again this year? It feels like you're walking, I don't know how you do it. It's like you're a menstrual, like a, what's the word now? Like an octopus with many hands. You're doing multiple things at all times. How do you do it?
Yeah, I'm a prolific author. At every point in time, I'm always working on something. Even I have something to publish next year.
Oh, really?
I have a creative work to publish for. Might not necessarily be for Nlng, but I have a creative work that I've been working for, like a prose work for many years.
Okay.
So I'm impressed. I'm overjoyed to make the long list once again. It's a confirmation that the work the effort I've been putting so far is really tremendous.
Shortlist. This year, do you plan to make the shortlist too?
The dream of every author on the long list is to make the short list. So I will leave the judges to decide that. But I think I have put enough effort to merit a short list.
Thank you very much for talking to me, Mr. Harry.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
it's a pleasure.
Yeah. Welcome, sir. Welcome. We have the biggest of fishes around here today with us. And I'm excited to have you on the green carpet with me again this year.
Okay, good.
So what's special about this year? I've asked this question earlier, and many people could not tell me what's special about this year.
Well, one, the Nigerian Prize for Literature is 20 years this year.
Yes! No, see, this is the answer I was looking for.
That's one. Two, Nigeria Lng as an incorporated entity is 35 years this year. And thirdly, we started producing LNG 25 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
So many milestones in this 1 year.
Absolutely.
And now this is the year we are celebrating children's
Yes.
literature.
Yes.
How was it coincidental? Was it planned?
No, it wasn't. We have a genre of 5 works: drama, children's literature, poetry, and prose. So somehow it just clicked. But let me tell you what is exciting about it.
Okay.
Children represent a new beginning. So children's literature coming this year that we're 35, 25, and 20 also means a refresh of the prize for literature. Also for Nlng, it's a new beginning. And I think to a large extent for Nigeria as a country, opportunity for also a new beginning. So the year is symbolic in so many ways for us, the prizes and everything put together.
So is there anything special that is being planned for this year? You know, it's not even triple now. It's like it's triple, yeah. So it's a triple milestone being celebrated. Is there anything special that people can look forward to? I mean, aside the book party, of course, which is special enough.
So the Grand Award night that celebrates the winners, usually in October. This year there'll be something a bit different. I won't be able to say what. I can say it, but I won't say it. So
let me tell people that are watching.
So for us as a company, it's a milestone year, and everything culminates in celebrating that milestone on the 11th of October. A few things would happen. A few things you would see.
More money.
There's always more money. But I think what's important is just celebrating the success of this great company, celebrating the success of the prizes, and of course celebrating Nigeria and Nigerians on the 11th of October. You'll get to hear some things much later. But that's what it is.
And we're very grateful. The literary community is very grateful for this this opportunity every year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
I know you will. So I can see. So you ready? Okay. Welcome to our green carpet today, and it's very good to see you again. I'm excited that I'm seeing you again this year. My name is Tomi Falade, as you know.
Okay, Olatubo Taufik. You started by saying, seeing me again.
I know, but you know, some people who are no, don't worry. This landlord thing is going to don't worry. It's will end though. It will end in a good way. And let's see. Me, I'm unbiased because there are so many people that I'm vying for on this long list.
So now you are not vying for me.
Bros, you will not be angry. But you know, let's get to the matter.
Your prayer don't need this somehow.
But let's get to the matter at hand.
Okay.
How does it feel? When did you start writing children's literature exactly?
Well, actually, I think children's literature happens to be one of the genre that I've been writing on. Yeah, but just that I did not come out with anything for quite a long time. Because
why was that?
Well, I was concentrating more, trying to work on my plays and poetry. And most times, those genres are genres that usually take a lot from you. So I was actually working on them when I now thought it well that, okay, fine, why not? Let me just pick up one of those stories that I've been making. Let me brush it and put it up together and let's coast again and see how the coast is going to be. So that was how and what led.
So you specifically wrote this book for the prize for literature?
Not for the prize, because actually it was a problem that occurred at a point in time in, is it Abuja IDP camp?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I was following up with the story, and I thought that, so this kind of horrible stories taking place within the country. So I think this thing is something that is worthy of writing about and also bringing it forth to the public space, not only for ordinary readers, but for policymakers, politicians, and some of us that we can also one way or the other contribute to the society. Because the story is the kind of a story of passion, talking about kindness of the mind. So you bring a child and start training a child to be kind, you're going to have a very good society in the future. Because the major problem we are having for now, and this all over the world, is because everybody is becoming like a tyrant in their own world. Yeah, exactly. Look at what is happening in Palestine, the Gaza stuff. See, for God's sake, even if those people, they've done worst, why do you have to kill their children and everything? Because if I happen to be a child there in the next 20 years, if I look back at those pictures, it will be very difficult for me to forget or to forgive.
This is an emotional one for
Yeah,
you.
exactly.
But let's come back to the prize itself. Who are the authors that you think that are on the long list now that you think will make it to the short list?
Well, I don't want you to prompt me, but you are now doing that.
prompting you.
Yeah, exactly. Well, if I could see, just like in the days of Sophocles, of which we know that often men may not be able to see too well. Just looking, I think Familuni, because it was here last time.
The first person that is giving me a hint, but keep going. I'm enjoying this.
No, you just look at the politics of writing. I try to see.
When you say politics of writing, what do you mean?
Yeah, you know, actually, for you to be a judge, you have to understand that there are dynamics in choice making. Because actually, you often see that it's not the best you see, often at the front. It's just a matter of a consensus that, oh, let's just make a submission for such kind of a person. So, looking at everything like that, I think that guy may come to the, yeah.
That's one thing.
Yeah.
I'll take it, Sha. I'll take it like that. Thank you for
Because
talking.
he's your guy, eh?
I don't know what you're talking about, though.
No, it's true.
I plead the fifth.
Okay.
But thank you for talking to me.
Okay.
It was great having you.
Okay.
Everybody's been a winner, yeah, yeah. Even when you just believe it.
Yes, you did.
So tell me, I'm looking at your book and the illustration is fantastic. Did you write it for the prize or did you write it just to attract children around the world?
I've been working on children's literature for over 20 years. As a matter of fact, my first children's book came out 20 years ago.
Wow.
That book was titled First Among Equals.
I'm sorry to be very unprofessional, but how old are you?
I'm 39 presently.
So you started writing children's literature at 19?
Yes.
Wow.
I got published at 19. I
Huh.
started writing at the age of 13. So I signed my first publishing contract at 17. But the book came out when I was 19.
Okay, so how many awards have you won so far?
Just few awards.
Few awards.
I think the biggest one is the Golden Barber Prize.
Ah.
So that Golden Barber Prize, so I was a finalist twice.
Wow.
Then I've also won the Association of Nigerian Authors Prize for Children's
Of course.
Literature in 2019.
Of course.
And I'm also a fellow of ABD, International Writing Society, and a fellow of Humanitarian Fellowship, so
Okay, so-
Humanitarian Leadership Fellowship.
So we're in the presence of a children literature author royalty, right?
If you say so.
If I say so, I'm
If
saying
you say
so. Okay, but seriously, tell us how did you feel being longlisted for the prize for literature this year?
Okay, you know, finding myself on the long list reminds me of the fact that the writer's dream is valid. You know, it takes a lot to churn up the whole story, edit it, and many times you second guess yourself like, is this really good enough? It's not just for the prize, it's not really about the long list or the short and things like that, but it's just about, is this book worthy? Is it a proper identification of Nigeria across the West in terms of children's literature? I mean, somebody across the West is picking up your book and reading it. Will it draw them towards the life of the Nigerian child? You know, so I had to go through that, and when it was time to submit, I did submit, and I was optimistic like anyone should be, you know, so, and when the news came to me that I was on it, my wife told me actually, in the midnight, you know, so when the news came to me,
You're not expecting the news? Or you
I
were
went
not
to sleep.
watching?
I just went to sleep. Once I saw the announcement that they are going to announce it, so I went to sleep.
You were confident that you were going to get on that long list?
No, I wasn't confident. I was already stressed out, so I felt
But you were
sleeping was-
confident?
If you say so.
Yeah, I say so. But anyways, there's something that I wanted to ask you when you said you have been writing for more than 20 years now.
Yes.
Children's literature is not the easiest genre to write on. It's not the easiest thing to write because you have to get the language right. You have to get a lot of things right. It's not easy.
Exactly.
Why children's literature? You could have done anything else. If you're a fantastic writer, you're a fantastic writer. Why
Very
not
true.
something else?
when I wrote my first set of books, obviously a writer's first book is just pure rubbish, so to speak. So when I first
Let's not
wrote
say
it,
rubbish, it's just not good.
it's not good.
let's not say rubbish.
So I started with crime fiction, right? I started with crime fiction. So when I signed that publishing deal at the age of 17, that was 2002, if I'm correct. So when I signed that deal, my publisher just gave me children's books. I don't know what he saw. He just said, read these books, let's start from there. I'm like, that's children's book. It's pretty simple. He was like, really? So I went ahead. It took me a while. Eventually, I got a hang of it. So I wrote my first set of children. So I wrote about, I think, 5 manuscripts.
Okay.
So he picked the finest two that he liked. So after I wrote it, he sent it to the editor, and the editor discredited every single line. So that got me more engaged. Like, is it that difficult? Just write it and let it go. So the publisher told me that I shouldn't lose confidence. So we got another editor to work on it. So that process, it was a very rigorous process.
Yeah,
and the book I'm talking about is a very small book, a small chapter book like this. So that process taught me that children's literature is not something that you should just toy with or play with. It's very delicate, and there are rules to the writing. So that's why I took it serious. And in 2011, when I wrote my young adult novel, I had a young adult novel in 2011. When it came out, it's almost as big as this. So my friend just said, you're writing big books now. That means you won't write for children again. I said, no, it's still a children's book because it's young adult, and it takes a lot of attention. And I know most of my colleagues, they were already moving towards poetry and adult prose. I just said, no, I want to be a voice in this space so that it will encourage other emerging writers that children's literature is as important as any other genre.
Thank you very much, Wiggy. It was lovely having you, and I loved hearing what you had to say about children's literature.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, bye.
Wake up, I say as you leave. I feel it, I see it as you leave. When we kiss, I won't leave.
So somebody already said that they think that you are going to be on the shortlist this year. Do you think you're going to be on the shortlist?
I don't know.
I'm
Who
not
said?
telling you who.
I don't know. I don't think about all those things. Yeah.
Did you write the book for the prize, or you just wrote it?
I just write it. I don't write for prizes. I just write because I'm a writer. So I don't write for prizes.
So how do you hear
prizes
that?
just happen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So how do you hear about the long list then? When it
My-
was announced, if you're not writing for prizes anyway.
No, my publisher now, he keeps he keeps tabs on all those things. I don't bother about them.
How did it make you feel, seeing that last year, this year, it's like,
It was the same thing. Like, I'm sure I told you last year. Like I was like, I don't know. I was like, okay, yeah, here we go again.
Okay, so here we go again. I hope to see you on the short list. I'm rooting for you as I am the 10 others.
Yeah, 10 others.
It was nice to have you.
Nice to
Thank
have
you so much.
Thank you.
Be back here, go be passion, be missing. Be back here, go your father.
This corner sells the book party.
But it's taking you away from.
No, it's not. Don't worry.
You know what you're doing.
You look good on camera. Don't worry. Welcome again this year. My name is Tommy Falade, as always.
Tommy, how are you? Good to
Very
see
well,
you. Yeah, sure.
So, how does it feel being on the long list this year?
Tremendous. I feel really, really good, and I'm excited about the fact that what I do as a passion, not as a profession,
Not as a profession.
yeah, is turning out to, make some impact, wonderful impact, and I'm happy. I'm very happy about that.
Okay, so tell me, what are your hopes for the short list this year?
But for the short list, I believe I've been in the short list.
You believe you'll be in the short list?
So I think with all sense of modesty and humility,
Okay.
Village Boy is a class act.
Ah.
No question about that whatsoever in my mind. Even when I read it, anytime I read it, even the reviews in the national paper says so. It's a sweet book, it's thrilling, it's funny, it's exciting, and every young person, in fact, they now call me Village Boy. Initially, I didn't want to be called Village Boy. Everywhere I go, they call me Village Boy because of the book. And a friend of mine had to come and say, boy, better accept this name. that Wole Soyinka wrote Kongi Harvest, and now it's called Kongi. So now, even in the church, they say village boy, and but that's okay. I like it.
And we are looking forward to having you on the short list, as I'm rooting for you and 10 others, really.
I trust you. You are rooting for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for talking.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Welcome to the green carpet. My name is Tomi Falade. It's fantastic to see you. I don't see many women on this side of the camera.
Yeah.
You know, and it's beautiful to see. How does it make you feel?
I feel fantastic. I feel honored. I feel blessed. I'm happy. I'm glad.
Did you write the book for the prize, or you just wrote your book?
I could say yes, and I could also say no, because I started this book a long while ago. It wasn't this title. This was not the title I started with. I started with a particular title, Sad Sadia. But along the line, I had to change the scenario because I'm not Hausa, and I needed the local content in the book, you know. So I had to change the characters, change the names and all that into an Igbo setting that I can flow easily with. Then along the line, I translated it from a picture book to something bigger, which is a chapter book. So when the prize was approached, I'm like, okay, let me just finish this book that I've been on since 4 years.
4 years.
So I had to now quickly tidy up in order to enter it. So originally, it wasn't meant for the prize. But along the line, when I changed, I had to finish it up and then.
Why children's literature? Why not any other genre of literature?
I write in all genre. My book, A Father's Pride, won the. If they tell the story, won the Anna Prize for Fiction 2022. Yeah, I've already also written plays. I write short stories, but I think my niche is children's literature. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you very much for talking to me.
Okay, my name is Sophia Horsfall. Okay. I'm the Manager Corporate Communications and Public Affairs for Nigeria Lng.
So the Prize for Literature is one that everybody gathers, to celebrate.
Indeed.
How does it make you feel to be part of a fantastic story like
just
this?
Awesome. That is it. Just being part of a fantastic story. And to be here today, to be, really showcasing a lot of the great talent that authors children's literature being our genre for this year is just amazing. Had the opportunity of just talking with many of the authors, and their stories are exceptional. And you can see why it is that they do what they do. And so it makes me so proud. It makes Nigeria LNG very proud to be sponsoring, to be really lifting the literary experience, the literary competency and literary excellence through this medium.
So I hear this year is very special because it's a triple celebration.
Indeed.
The prize is 20 years.
Yep.
There's 2 other celebrations. I'm not going to tell you.
Okay.
Because somebody had already told us here. So what's special for you about this year?
Just like you said, it's a triple whammy, but very much in a good way.
Yeah.
The fact that the prize is 20 years, it just shows our commitment as a company to just raising what ends up being good for Nigeria. We constantly say with pride and without hesitation that we're here to help build a better Nigeria. And so we do so through these prizes. It being a special year, 3 celebrations,
Yeah.
and I can't let it out of the bag.
Oh, somebody had let it out of the bag already.
Oh, okay,
I
sorry.
won't tell you.
Okay.
But in one sentence, can you tell me what's the biggest lesson that people can draw from the prize this year?
The prize this year is that we have exceptional talent within Nigeria and the Nigerian diaspora. These are books that I think are enduring. Unfortunately, or rather fortunately, that we've one winner, but even at this stage that we're at, where we're promoting the shortlist of 11, they're exceptional books in terms of illustration, content, they're touching on contemporary issues. It's an excellent read, both for adults and children alike.
Thank you very much for talking to me.
All right,
It was
thank
great
you.
to have you.
You too. Thank you.
It's my green carpet.
Oh,
It's very nice to have you here. I don't see many women on
Oh.
this side of the divide.
just 2 here.
Just 2 here, but there's one man.
One.
We have 3 this year.
Virtually.
Yeah. So, tell me this. Oh, my name is Tomi Falade. I forgot to introduce myself.
I am Temilolu Adeshina,
Oh, yes.
the author.
Doctor.
Dr. Temilolu Adeshina, the author of Receive Recycle, The Dustbin Girl.
Okay. What was the inspiration behind writing a children's book?
Okay.
It's not an easy journey to write.
Well, I've been doing children's book for years, since 2018. So the inspiration behind Receive Recycle particularly was the environmental consciousness.
Okay.
The setting is in Dustbin Village. There's a Dustbin estate in Nigeria.
Oh.
Yes, so for years I've gathered kids on the streets, especially in the slums. I've taught them to read and write, and I've taught them digital skills. So I simply put a journey of like 5 years into one book.
Wow.
Yes, I wanted them to know that you can be environmentally conscious. Okay, so the Dustbin estate is full of trash. I wanted them to know that they could turn their trash to treasure. I also wanted them to know that despite the trash where they came from, that they could become treasures and then become globally relevant. So it's typically the story of children in the slum, the Dustbin estate. We have it in Nigeria, where the houses are built on a huge dump.
That's a lot to pack in one book. It feels like you're expecting that book to carry everything.
I really wanted it, but I also wanted it to be so interesting that they wouldn't put down per chapter till they get to the last chapter. I also wanted them to be stewards of technology. Yes, because our children are digital natives and you can hardly see them put down their gadgets. But I also wanted them to understand that the internet is, though it's a wonderful place to learn, but it's also an unsafe space for them. So both environmental, both big consciousness, and both being digitally responsible, it also makes them a global giant.
Okay, so my final question. In terms of the book party and the prize for literature, what do you think that we are making enough of a mark with the children that are coming up now, based on children's literature that we are celebrating this year?
Yes, I would say that because I think all the books that were profiled this year are very diverse. I also want to say that, of course, what's a children's book without wonderful pictures? By the way, my own pictures, illustrations were done by my husband, who's also, and my illustrator and publisher, Dr. Francis Additional. So I would say that all these books will have, they are, how do I say, they are diversified, and everyone teaches something. And I believe that if our children could settle down to read the nuggets, the inspiration, there's always a spirit in every author, so there's something you want to kind of distill to your audience. So I believe that if the children could settle down to read all the wisdom packed by these various authors into all these books, I believe they'll be global giants.
Thank you very much. You had so many words of wisdom, and I'm grateful to have you here.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Those who make, to see what happens in there, and also to see those who make it to the shortlist. I'm rooting for everybody. Those books are phenomenal, and I think that any one of them that makes it to the shortlist will be fantastic. Thank you very much for listening to me, and thank you very much for watching. Stay tuned for the rest of the event. Thank you.
Strumming my pain with his finger, singing my life with his words, and killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his songs, telling my whole life with his words, killing me softly.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please, a big round of applause for Femi Okunowa and the Afrikaners. They'll be back here. And thank you very much for joining us, and for all our guests online. You're all welcome. Thank you very much for being part of this experience, something that we do every year, and I think we are becoming veterans, even though veteran is a very abused word. But I think we are mastering the game little by little. Let me just welcome you formally again, but then we need to take safety protocol first, and then I'll be back on stage. I'm being harassed to go on stage. I'll be on stage, don't worry. May I call for the safety protocol so that we observe that before we start formally? Ben Akute, please, who is our coordinator for today.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And good afternoon to all the elegant children in our midst. Good afternoon once again. Please put your hands together for yourself. Thank you very much. So once again, you're welcome to the 2024 CORA-Nigeria Prize for Nigeria Prize for Literature book party happening today. I will just quickly walk you through the safety moment. I'm sure you know already that you are seated right in the hall, the Shell Zenith Museum Hall. This is where you're seated right now. And the door you came in through, we have two doors right there. They are the exit door. We also have one to my right here that takes you downstairs and, of course, leads you out. Whether it is a drill or not, once there is an emergency, we are all expected to file out in an orderly manner through any of the doors that are closest to you. If you go right outside to the right, there is an open space there just by the exit gate. That is the muster station, and that's where we are all expected to muster in case of emergency. Right, if you go out right now, the door to my right, which will probably be to your right as well if you're going out, you have the convenience for male, and the one to the left, there is a convenience for female. For emphasis sake, the door to your right, it's the convenience for male, and the door to your left is the one for female. Please, let's enjoy and have fun. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think for climbing the stage, I deserve a round of applause. I don't like the stage, but there's that man there. He's always asking me to go on stage. You meet outside. A big round of applause for our technical crew. They're doing a wonderful job. It's because of them that you can see us online and that we can hear ourselves. But thank you very much. And we'll just proceed from there. Well, I have a protocol list here, but I'm going to reverse the order, and I hope I will not get a knock on the head. I'm going to reverse it because this is the anniversary edition. And it happens to be on children, young people, my favorite people. Please, all the children in the house, just stand up for recognition. Today is your day. You are the special guest of honor. Please stand up for recognition. Mr. All the big children, please sit down. Thank you very much for being here. I'm saying that we have children from 6 groups who are here with us, and I'm recognizing them first. I'm taking apology from CORA and Nlng and all our special guests to recognize our children first. After all, what we pray for is that our children should be ahead of us. They should be better than us. So we have children from Gifted Steppers. Just stand up for recognition. Gifted Stepper, they were the one dancing outside that you met. Stand up for recognition quickly. They're still dancing outside. Okay. Children from Kings and Queens. Stand up for recognition quickly. Thank you. From Star Kids. Stand up for recognition. Thank you. From iRead Mobile Library. From Ovie Brume Foundation. Thank you very much. I think all our children deserve a bigger round of applause, please. This edition is indeed splendid. And I think some some people here will bear me witness that this is the first time we are having so many children in the house, because it's an anniversary edition and because we're also looking at what will come in the future. Now, let me now take the proper protocol. From CORA, Chief Kayode Adeoyokun, Chairman, Board of Trustees of CORA. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Toyin Akionsho, Secretary General of CORA, who stood up for children the other day. Other distinguished members of CORA, board members and volunteers, thank you very much for being here. You are very special. We have our authors there, but they are not complete yet, and I don't want to start, and then I stop, and then I start again. I think I'm still looking at the set. But let me go to the promoters of this prize. And I think the applause will be bigger for them, because we like to say that the Nigerian Prize for Literature is the biggest. We have not seen any other one that's $100,000. So I think they deserve a bigger round of applause as I call their name. From Nigeria Liquefied Natural Gas. Andy Ode, the GM, External Relations and Sustainable Development. Thank you very much for all the support every year. Dr. Sophia Osfall, Manager, Corporate Communication and Public Affairs. I've not seen the next person here yet, so I won't call the name now. Titi Osfall, Head, Editorial and Digital Content. Thank you. Other members of staff of Nlng, but then in particular, Mr. Adeyemi Yemi, who is here with us. He was in this program last year. Anne-Marie Palma Ikuku, she went to Siberia, she's back. Anne-Marie, we like to call her Mama Book Party, because she's the only one I say, I'm crying on your shoulder, and agony aunt, please bail me out. Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. All the artists associations that are here, Association of Nigerian Authors, Anna, I've seen the chairman and some members of the organization here. Poets in Nigeria, I don't know how many of them are here. Thank you very much, Eriata Oribabo. Pen, Poets, Essayists, and Novelists, Nigeria Center. Mr. Folu Agoy, the president, thank you very much. Network of book clubs and reading culture promoters. Mr. Richard Mama. Oh, they are here. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for coming. Transcultural Writers Network, all the way from Unilag. In particular, Professor Akwen, thank you very much for always, he alone is mentoring about 60 students at the University of Lagos, and they are always joining us. In fact, they are part of the mentees of CORA. And now, we have our media friends there, Channels TV, Arise TV, Classic FM, The Guardian newspaper, Vanguard newspaper, This Day newspaper, New Telegraph, This is Lagos, PM News, Lagos Review, The Lagos Review, Phenomena NG, Business Day, The Nation, The Sun, and The Art Orb, led by Anote Juluri. Now, I think I can safely assume that now we have all the writers in the house. I think the biggest applause will go to this group, because of them we are here. Once it's 3 entries, and we have the best 11. For us in CORA, these are the best children literature writers in the country, in the country now. But in your imagination, think the continent, and of course, the world. And I will just tell them to just stand up from where they are, and then eventually we're going to meet them formally. Please, all our laureates, please just stand up for recognition. Thank you very much for being with us, for writing, and for making it to the last 11. You're all winners. The statement we made here tonight. Thank you very much. And we also have 2 of them online who are based abroad. That's Jumoke Verissimo and Uchechukwu Peters. They are going to see them eventually when they beam them on the big screen. Having done that, I will now say that we should proceed to the proper takeoff of this. I would like to quickly invite Mr. Andy Ode. You want Tony to start? Okay, Mr. Tony Akyosho, Secretary General of CORA. I was trying to be modest. You know, the two of them are friends. So they are friends, so they push the... Mr. Tony Akyosho is the Secretary General of CORA. That's my boss in CORA. That's actually the founder of the Committee for Relevant Art since 1991. Thank you very much, Tony.
Yeah, I'm told I can use this. Good afternoon, everybody. Before I go ahead and explain why we're here, since we are in a reading environment, this is supposed to be a book reading event, I'd like to start by reading excerpts from a fascinating work that I'm currently reading. This gentleman actually won the Nigerian Prize for Literature at some point. His name is Abubakar Adam Ibrahim. Of course, I'm not trying to rain, on your day, but the thing is, I can't read any of your works, even if there are some that I find interesting. I'll be seen as, choosing a side. So let me read you. You are going to enjoy this excerpt. It's a short story, and I'm going to read a very short excerpt before I talk about why we're here. Zango was a river, in part slow and sluggish, a contented serpent resting from the keel, and in others turbulent and restless. In full flow, Zango, like most ungovernable rivers, collected moss and mud, and little animals that sometimes slipped from its banks. On occasions, it collected the big ones too, those who thought they were too immense for the tides. This Laminde, by observing, had learned for herself. Zango had emptied before, leaving only a deep scar in the earth, and like a river, it had reinvented itself. Before this place was called Zango, it was once called Mazade, by people consumed by a plague. Kaka had said. Kaka was staring before her as if she could see the deserted houses in the evening sun before being eaten by termites. But Kaka was already losing her mind at the time, and no one knew for sure if she remembered anything right. What Laminde did know, years later, sitting by her window and looking out in the streets filled with residents and travelers, was that deaths in Zango were often as dramatic as life in her was. Sometimes they were bizarre, such as the time Babale died on the eve of his wedding, gored by a rampaging bull that had escaped its minders. The bull, fleeing after its gory deed, fell into a gaping manhole and snapped its neck. Or when the matriarch Balaraba, long afflicted with gloom, was found dead in her cane chair, facing the door with a smile on her face. Nobody knew what she had been waiting for, or what had come through the door and left it her so. But her smile endured, its impression visible enough and visible through her shroud, even when they laid her in the grave. Babangida too died happy. He had lived most of his life trolling the streets of Zango, feeding off people's throwaways. One afternoon, he stood, pole stiff, in the middle of the street and started laughing. He laughed non-stop for 3 hours and 47 minutes before he slumped. Allah Sarki, his leaf has fallen, a bread hawker said, as a crowd ringed the fallen figure, debating the merit of touching a dead or a dying man with grime on the back of his neck. Poor bastard lifed his life out, one of the pallbearers said as they carried him to the cemetery. Once or twice a year, a copper with an erect manhood will be found by the riverside. Once or twice in a year, a corpse with an erect manhood will be found by the riverside. If the rumors were to be believed, they had died in the brothels from manpower overdose. The whores and their pimps would carry them out and dump them in the river so they could wash up elsewhere. Sometimes they just left them on the banks because these men were mostly strangers on failed conquests of the warhouses of Zango. Not much was made of their deaths or unceremonious disposals beyond the spectacle and inconvenience they caused. In Laminde's estimation, none of the dramatic deaths had yet eclipsed Vera's. Vera had been sitting at her usual place under the pedestrian bridge braiding a customer's hair, as she had been doing for years, when she started coughing out strands of hair. When the first hairballs came out, the crowd of horrified women that had gathered, drawn by her violent feet, hooed. They watched her heave and pull out the long strip of braided hair that went on and on and on until it seemed she had swallowed a ponytailed woman. After the braid slipped out, all 1 meter, 7 centimeters of it, because Zaki, son of Kore the bandit, actually measured it, coiled in front of her like a juvenile python. Vera keeled over, her face half buried in the mass of hair and poke, conveyed the full horror of what she had seen come out of her. It was this kind of death, this particular one with its attendant horror and agony, that Laminde wished for her co-wife, Ramatu. Thank you very much. All right, so let's talk about why we're here. The Nigerian writer is grudgingly a children's story writer. He doesn't write children's stories as a rule. Children's literature is not the first thing that comes to mind of the average Nigerian author. It is poetry, then short story in prose, and the novel, which is now gaining increasing popularity. Drama is also far-fetched. So are indigenous Nigerian stories written specifically for children. Writing for children is also not that straightforward because you are usually an adult who has to see things in the eyes of children, through the eyes of children. But if literature must grow in our society, it has to catch the attention of young people when they are not even yet teenagers. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let us clap for ourselves for attending this party. It is the most important of all the 4 genres that the Nigerian Prize for Literature awards. So a warm welcome to our guests of honor, the distinguished shortlisted authors. CORA calls them shortlisted, MPL calls them longlisted. As the program chair said, these are stars, the stars of a new coffee, as they say. I crave indulgence of the chairman, board of trustees, CORA, Chief Kayode Aderinokun, and members of the CORA board of trustees, the CORA governing board, as well as the leadership of the Nigerian Liquefied Natural Gas Limited, led by the Reverend and the Ode here. Welcome our friends, book lovers, readers. There are 2 horse falls. Good afternoon, madam, and good afternoon. Are you guys related? Okay, we'll talk about that later. So welcome our friends, book lovers, book readers, literary enthusiasts, plain well-wishers, and everyone here present to the 15th edition of the book party, organized by the partnership of CORA and the Nigerian Prize for Literature. The calendar has been slower this year because of the End Bad Governance protest, which has forced a postponement from August 4, 2024. Let's remind ourselves that we're here because a profitable Nigerian gas company decided that a way to spend some share of its profits was to enable the Nigerian reading space. I want to congratulate Nlng Limited, who are currently expanding their factory by 30% for the opportunity that the global market for gas continues to provide them, so that they have the incentive to continue to sponsor this prize. The Nlng runs the largest midstream hydrocarbon plant in sub-Saharan Africa, and it is a dutiable payee of taxes into the Nigerian treasury. This year, the Nigerian Prize for Literature is 20 years old, and it is the 20th award. It would actually have been the 21st, but you know that in 2020, the owner of the universe called for a reset in the affairs of humankind. So the world went into a state of languor. As you all know, we haven't completely emerged from that reset. This afternoon presents an opportunity to get a sense of what's happening around Nigerian children's literature. The best writers of that genre are included among these 11-star writers we're honoring here. Ndidi Chiazo Enemo, who wrote A Father's Pride, is here. Akoni Festus Olaniyi penned Bode's Birthday Party. Jumoke Verissimo conjured up Grandma and the Moon's Hidden Secret. Henry Akubiro spawned the yarn entitled Mighty Might and Golden Jewel. Temilola Adesina created Risi Recycle, the Dustbin Girl. There's Olatubosun Taufik, who found the children at the IDP camp. Ayo Yeku imagined the magic Jalabia. Familoni Oluranti Olubumi argues that the road does not end. Aeginos Ekwuasi, perhaps the oldest writer among them, crafted the third side of a coin. Anete Hussein found the village boy. And Uchechukwu Peter Umezurike sculpted the wishmaker. Some of these writers are returning to the long list. 5 years ago, when we assembled at the same hall for the last Nigerian Prize for Literature Award for Children Writing, Ndidi Chiazo Enemo was there with a hero's welcome. You can clap. Oh. Last year, when we came here for drama, Henry Akubiro was one of them with the text, Yam Tarawala, the Warrior King. And he ended up as one of the last three. Judy Dada, whose book Boom Boom won the last Nigerian Prize for Literature for Children's Story Writing in 2019, had been in several rounds of this same competition before he won. So was the 2023 winner of the MPL, the poet and dramatist Obari Gomba. Before Gomba won the prize in 2023 with the political drama Grit, his works were longlisted 4 times. Uche Peter Umezurike, who is on this year's long list, was also a part of a long list in 2011. In 2021, he won the Nigerian Prize for Criticism, which is a newer prize in the Nigerian Prize for Literature firmament. The current chairman of the prize advisory board, Akachi Adimora Ezeigbo, and a member of the board, Ahmed Yerima, both professors have been winners of the award. Ahmed Yerima competed for the prize more than once. He won at the first time, then he competed, and then he tried again. I've gone to this bit of historical excursion to highlight the fact that MPL has become an enabler in the Nigerian literary ecosystem. Part of it is the cash money. In 2019, the $100,000 was 36 million naira. Today, it is 160 million naira. That's quite some significant amount of money in anyone's account. But at CORA, we see an opportunity for the creation of an entire economy around the book trade. we should know that the MPL cannot alone wipe out all the entrenched dysfunctions of the Nigerian publishing sector, but it goes far. And those who are comparing it with book prices in countries with structured book industries are just plain unfair. The first book party, which took place in the scenic seaside premises of the Goethe Institute on Victoria Island in 2010, was organized after a review of the 5 years of the prize, 2004, of the first 5 years of the prize, 2004 to 2009, in response to calls that the prize should do more than a glamorous Ghana night in which one author got rich, but the Nigerian book trade and literary scene as a whole didn't seem elevated. CORA decided that, okay, why don't we, organize book readings in which the top laureates come out and engage with audiences. For what is the worth of the riches when you don't have an audience? Nothing beats a book reading, an event at which an author sits and discusses his work with readers in the room. The book party is one of a series of events in our calendar, that's CORA calendar, that prefaces our annual Lagos Book and Art Festival. This year, the theme is Breakout. Hope is a stubborn thing. CORA has determined 3 initiatives that extend the book reading to more than today. CORA has returned to regularly featuring the Book Trek, a periodic book reading program at bookstores and culture spaces. Regardless of who wins the MPL this year, this afternoon's laureates are invited to the Book Trek segment of this year's Labaf to share their work with festival attendees. They will also be hosted to readings in the week after Labaf. Trust me, take me up on this promise. Permit me to repeat our invitation to you all to participate at the Lagos Book and Art Festival. Yeah, this is not part of this. This is a commercial announcement. From November 11 to 17, 2024 at the Freedom Park in Lagos Island. The theme again, Breakout. Hope is a stubborn thing. Okay, so gentlemen and ladies, we're going to have an exciting time this afternoon engaging with this star-studded cast of writers, so let us enjoy the moment. Again, let me crave the indulgence of the CORA board, and let me thank the Nlng again for being an enabler of quality civility in the Nigerian conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akinsho. Next is the Mr. Andy Ode, GM, External Relations and Sustainable Development, Nigeria Liquefied Natural Gas. Thank you very much, sir. Please, a big round of applause for him.
Good afternoon, children. How are you today? Is anyone amongst you a writer already? Okay, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's always exciting to be at this party. Mine is very brief, but the reason why I wanted Tony to speak first. He's always full of a lot of wit, and I always enjoy his reading from a particular book. Fortunately, this year he read from a book that has won the Nlng Prize, or sorry, the Nigeria Prize for Literature. So, Tony, thank you very much. I welcome you to the 2024 CORA-Nlng Book Party. And as always, this is where we celebrate books, writers, in the midst of either art lovers or other writers and sponsors. And of course, it happens annually. As been mentioned, for this year's children's literature, and the prize money is $100,000. We hope that there will be a winner. We hope that there will be a winner because we've had occasions or years when we didn't have a winner. But with the entries of about 150, we expect that the judges will identify at least one winning work. But before I go ahead with my very short speech, one reason why the prize for literature has been very successful, highly respected, is because of the quality of those who manage the prize at the advisory level, the advisory board of the Nigerian Prize for Literature. And of course, on an annual basis, the advisory board nominates a panel of judges who adjudicate on the entries, and of course, identify long list to short list, then if there is subsequently a winner. Sometime this year, and I think up to last week, we lost one of the most outstanding in terms of literary work in Nigeria, who eventually became a life patron of the Nigerian Prize for Literature. Professor Emeritus Ayo Banjo. Yes, he's gone. Today, as we celebrate writers and, of course, readers, I'd like us to stand up this time not to reflect about someone who has gone, but the work he has done. How he has enabled this prize to be as successful and prestigious as it is. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, just a moment of reflection on how one man, one Nigerian, will stand so tall, so large, to make this prize what it is today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Professor Ayo Banjo. You may sit down. And like they say, wherever he is, you'll probably say, wow, I didn't know this was going to happen today. As also been said, this is the 20th edition of the Nigeria Prize for Literature. So it's our anniversary year. And by the way, this year also marks 25 years that one of the most successful companies in the world, and by every stands, the most successful company in Nigeria, has been producing LNG without interruption. Round of applause. It is also the year that we're also marking the 35th year of incorporation of Nigeria LNG as an entity, a company that was formed when Nigeria, or FID was taken when Nigeria was ruled by the military, yes. Was formed when Nigeria was a pariah nation, yes. But Nlng represents, after 35 years, the resilience of Nigeria, the success and hope that Nigeria and Nigerians bring to the land that we live in. So to my colleagues and friends of the company who has enabled this to happen, thank you very much. And back to the prize. The whole process of our prize administration kicked off in the first week of February this year, where call for entries was published. We have had over 150 entries from writers of Nigeria origin across the globe. Your names have been mentioned, so I will not mention your full names or your work, like Tony did. Unfortunately, I wish I had made my speech before his, but I'll still do that. So I'll call to say Ndidi, Pamiloni, Henry, Aniet, Uchechukwu, Temiloluwa, Agenius, Olatubosun, Jumoke, Ayo, and Akoni. Congratulations for making the list of 11. And of course, to CORA, to the chairman of the advisory board of trustees, of CORA, thank you very much for the support we continue to get, for the quality of partnerships that we have found ourselves in. We believe and hope that this opportunity to grow literature and the art in Nigeria will continue to grow in leaps and bounds. We thank you for your support, and we thank you for the quality of work you do and how the book party continues to gain its strength from the quality of interaction that delivers it. The CORA Book Party is remarkable. It brings together authors, books, journalists, lovers of literature and arts to congregate in one room to celebrate. My colleagues say that everyone comes to the party happy, and everyone goes home happy, because no winner is declared today. So everybody comes in happy, goes home happy. We are filled with hope to win, hope to be among the best three eventually, hope to see a new winner, and for our wonderful pressmen here present, hope to deliver to the world the spicy details and information around winners and winnings and works of art coming from literature. This is the celebration year. I will not end my speech without, again, thanking some of our key stakeholders for their support. First, the press. Usually, when recognitions are made, we always end with and to our friends in the media. But I'll say, first of all, for the press, for the support we get. Without you, the quality of reporting and the extent of reporting on the Nigerian Prize for Literature wouldn't have been possible. Academy of Letters and Association of Nigerian Authors, in the early days of the prize, there was a lot that was done into putting in place criteria, issues and concerns that were raised, and over the years been addressed. So thank you very much to those two bodies. And of course, the advisory board for the Nigeria Prize for Literature, past members and current members. So thank you very much. A panel of judges, some people call them the unseen hands and faces who behind the scene try to ensure that, or not try to ensure that the quality of education is impeccable. Because for every work that is presented as a winning work, it's expected that it will stand the test of time and adjudication anywhere in the world. So thanks to our judges. And of course, all writers who have entered their works over the years, not just the writers, even the books themselves. They may be on the shelves wherever they are in the world today, but the fact that an entry comes in means that there's credibility to the prize in terms of support and willingness to enter a work. To all past winners, there are those who are not necessarily journalists or writers, but they are critics, either via email or open sessions that we have had. We've received a lot of support in making the prize what it is today. So for those critics, one of them is sitting right here. Thank you very much to your support and your criticism, which has been positive. Now I have my colleagues who also are behind the scene, collating, collecting, and curating the works that come in as entries. And that's those colleagues from Nigeria Nlng who have tirelessly ensured that whatever comes in goes out to the judges and the advisory board. So thank you very much to them, past and present as well. And to CORA, the unseen hand, bringing all of this together once in a while or once a year. Say a big thank you to you. And thank you to everyone. It's not easy to find time on a Saturday to come into a hall like this to share and listen to your views and listen to writers present their works and help to celebrate them. As we all enjoy today and look forward to a better tomorrow, let's continue to help to build a better Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ode. Thank you. That is pre-meeting the authors and their books, and we're going to meet them formally later. Now, we said earlier on that today is for our children, and we want to see this text. They have a taste of the text in the voices and the thinking of our children. The first book to be read is A Father's Pride by Ndidi Chiazo Enemo, to be read by Kings and Queens Art Academy. They are ready now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Farida Tolabi.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Goodluck Chinonso.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ejiro Lucky.
We are from Kings and Queens Art Academy.
We will be reading A Father's Pride, written by
Ndidi Chiazo Enemo.
Chapter 8, Tree Planting. At the assembly the next Monday, Mr. Benson looked happy as he addressed the pupils. I have some important information to pass across. He cleared his throat. Everyone listened. The 3 arms of Premise 6 embarked on a learning trip a couple of weeks ago. Everyone in Premise 6 Gold, Premise 6 Silver, and Premise 6 Diamond participated in that excursion, except for one pupil. He paused again, while many eyes looked in Urena's direction. Urena was hurt and lost. She wondered where Mr. Benson was heading with his words. Well, there's no need to beat about the bush.
That's one pupil who was not part of the excursion is championing a cause that ought to have been championed by those who were physically present at the Lekki Conservation Center. Urena's eyes lit up with the rest of her face. On Friday, Mrs. Udo submitted a well-thought-out plan, which Urena Chidoke is championing alongside our friend Omolola Adeyi. These 2 girls will be our green champions as they lead us on a tree planting campaign. I think Green Queens is a more appropriate name. The teachers and some of the pupils roared into laughter. Urena blushed. Or should we call them green ambassadors? Green Queens, some of the pupils chorus. Green champions, some chanted. Green ambassadors, the rest shouted. Now be quiet, Mr. Benson thundered. He adjusted his tie. You can choose whatever name you like. He seemed pleased with the children's show of excitement.
He cleared his throat and went on. There is another important announcement. All became quiet as the pupils inched forward to hear what the next announcement would be. The school would be participating in a forthcoming cultural fiesta. It is being organized by the Ministry of Education in collaboration with the Ministry of Culture and Tourism. He went on to explain that both ministries are desirous of reviving certain aspects of the Nigerian culture to inculcate cultural awareness in school children. It is a laudable initiative, and as a firm believer in a well-rounded education, I will roll up my sleeves to see that our school fully participates in the cultural fiesta. We are to come up with a cultural dance and other relevant cultural activities, so our school will be well represented. Mr. Benson thundered. Mr. Benson adjusted his tie again before carrying on. So, as you can see, we have 2 events before us. We will do the tree planting exercise this week. Then, we will begin earnest preparations for the cultural fiesta. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next group will be I Read Mobile Library, and they'll be reading from Bode's Birthday Party by Akoni Festus Olani. Bode's Birthday Party by I Read Mobile Library. They'll be reading from Bode's Birthday Party by Akoni Festus Olani.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Iretomiwa Fatkasi, and here with me is
Sheyi Magaji.
We are both members from I Read Mobile Library. We are going to be reading a book titled Birthday's Birthday Party by Akoni Festus Olani. The village bustled with sound of local drums, gongs, and shakers. It was the masquerade festival day. The joy in the village was palpable. Boys and girls, young and old, littered their compounds. Drum beaters go from compound to compound, playing the drum as men and women troop out to dance and appreciate the drummers with some money. The masquerade also danced from house to house. People gave him gifts like money, farm produce, livestock, and even clothes. When he arrived at our compound, I was scared at first. I peeked at him through the window. He was a gigantic figure in multicolored attire. The head was large too, with two big eyeballs rolling like that of an owl. The mouth was in a permanent smile shape, but it still scared me.
The masquerade came in a company of a sizable crowd. Local musical instrument players, dancers, spectators, and children all cheering him as he danced. I watched as he flipped and turned his long and thin leg in a suitable dance to the music. His legs were like those skipping giraffes that missed his step, were fun to see. I had never seen a masquerade before. I had also never seen a superb dancer. Grandma beckoned at me to come out. I pushed myself out sluggishly. I didn't go too close. I leaned against the wall and watched on with fear and fascination. Grandma gifted them a small goat and a basket full of corn. They hailed her and danced away. All the masquerade and his dancers were gone. I looked around. Aki was nowhere to be found. I checked the usual places I had seen him. He was not there. When I could not find him, I rested, waiting for him to come back so I could share the masquerade moment he missed. Not quite long, two men entered our compound. One of the masquerade men was with them. They held Akin like they have caught a thief. Grandma and I rushed out and sighted Akin being rumpled in their tight grip. He looked pathetic.
He is my grandson. What has he done? Grandma fell on her knees pleading. He was caught urinating on our shrine, the man told Grandma. He was not raised here. He grew up in the city. Grandma explained to them. You know the punishment for this, the other man said. Please pardon him. He is ignorant of our traditions, Grandma pleaded. We will reduce his punishment. He will have 35 strokes of cane only, not the 150 he should get, one of them said. 35 lashes? That's much. I muttered to myself. I pitied Akin. I knew he had been under the influence of drugs we took when he committed the offense, but I could not tell it to Grandma. We are lenient with him because of your kindness toward our custom and tradition, the other man said to Grandma as they led Akin away. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are from I Read Mobile Library. They were reading from Bode's Birthday Party by Akoni Festus Olani. The next reading is from The Magic Jalabia by Ayo Yeko, to be read by Gifted Steppers, members of Gifted Steppers.
Good day, everyone. My name is Success Esomojumi.
My name is Uneke Chioma.
We will be reading The Magic Jalabia by Ayo Oyeku, page 123. Hamza wished Bashir and Afiniki could understand what she was saying. Millicent continued speaking. Years ago, Mama Put came to our house, and my sick mom introduced her as my aunt. My parents told me to go with her, promising to come for me after a year. Mama Mama both promised to take good care of me and send me to school. Tears rolled down Millicent's face as she narrates her experience. Mama Put didn't send me to school. I became her maid. Her husband told me inappropriately and threatened to hurt me if I told his wife. Still, my parents have not come to look for me. Tears brewed in the eyes of Shola and Hamza. Bashir and Afiniki wondered what they were talking about. Stop crying, Millicent. Your tears are finally over. Let's take you home, Hamza encouraged. Yes, take me home to Calabar, Millicent replied, wiping her tears. All the children linked their hands, and Hamza ordered the magic jalabia to take them to Calabar. Shola and Millicent kept their eyes opened to see what will happen next. Suddenly, the weather above them changed. A sweeping breeze followed. Before they could free themselves from the grip, a glare of multicolored light enveloped them. It spun them round and round until they were sucked into the dazzling tunnel.
The clouds did not fall from the blue sky when they landed on a deserted bush in Calabar. Shola and Millicent collapsed, and the other children helped them to their feet. Bashi laughed as Shola and Millicent looked around, wondering how it had happened. It was hard to believe, but yes, it was true. We are finally in Calabar, Millicent announced as she broke into fresh tears. I can smell the sea. Hamza and Shola sniffed the air, but couldn't tell the difference. Brashi and Afiniki wondered why they did that. I didn't know one could smell the sea from a long distance. Shola mumbled as he looked around and didn't see any body of water in the sight. My father worked on ships at the seaport. I accompanied him many times, so the smell is stuck in my memory. I have never seen a ship before. Hamza's eyes lit up. Will you take us to the seaport? Sure, once we locate my parents. I will ask them to take us to the seaport, where you will see ships, taller, bigger, and wider than houses. Hamza was about to mention how delighted he and his friends would be if they could visit the seaport and enter the ship, when a surge of wind swept him off to the ground and suspended him horizontally. It was such a forceful, strange wind. The children clutched to each other tightly to resist the powerful gust of the wind. Hamza was helpless. They watched as bright sparkle of colored light escaped from Hamza's jalabia for half a minute. And when the glowing light with the strange wind vanished, with extreme noise, Hamza was dropped on the ground like a falling leaf. Hamza has opened his eyes again. When everyone else crushed towards him, they gently helped him to his feet. And when he stood erect, they realized the jalabia has turned mint green. Does this always happen? Shola was confused. Thank you.
Those were gifted steppers, reading from the Magic Jalabia by Ayo Oyeko. Now, the next is the children at the IDP camp by Olatubosun Taufik, to be read by Ovie Brume Foundation members.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mustafa Aisha.
And my name is Wantia Favor, and we are the children from Ovie Brume Foundation.
My name is My name is Oludare David.
We'll be reading from the children at the IDP camp by Olatunbosun Taufik. I came to see you. I informed him. He was not convinced. He asked me, "Do you know me?" I understood his point. Since I did not know him, how could I have come to see him? When I remained silent for too long, he said, "Why would you come to see someone you don't know?" He was right. I could understand. I did not know him from Adam. Perhaps he had not been visited before. I could understand that the boy was smart, but he had a lot of anger in him. He was hopeless and tired. He explained to me. He became a child at the IDP camp without his parents. He told me how he got to the camp. It was a sad story. He came from the teacher's village camp. He said it was a far-away camp from this one. I then realized that he had been in another camp before this one. He could not vividly remember how he got here, but he could recount many events that led him here.
Can you see me? Was his first question to me. Yes, I can. I pointed at his bandaged wounds. He showed them to me again. He said a dog beat him all over. It was just whining and eating him alive. I was surprised that a dog could be allowed to bite a child in that manner. It was then he informed me that it was the men that came for his father. I was at the farm with my father. That day, on my way home from the farm with my father, I felt something strange was about to happen.
I was surprised by how well he could remember things. I did not expect he would have such vivid memories of all that happened to him. A group of men came. They emerged from the bush. As we walked back home, they came out. They were carrying heavy guns. He raised his hands to demonstrate the weight of their guns. 3 people who fled were shot. They were with us on the farm. My father didn't run. I don't know why. He was not shot. I was by the roadside looking at them. My father raised his 2 hands and knelt, begging them. I looked at him intently, curious about what would happen next. He saw it in my eyes and said, "They told my father to join them." He didn't agree. One of them released the dog in his hands to go after my father. Rather, the dog came for me. The men watched and laughed as the dog attacked me. My father rose to help me, but they ordered him back. One of them pointed his gun to his head. He knelt there watching. The dog beat me repeatedly on my neck, on my legs. I shouted, but no one could help. I screamed and cried while the dog kept eating me up. As they were about to leave, one of them called the dog, "Musa," and he left me. They ordered my father to follow them into the bush, leaving me there on the road. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those were members of Ovie Brume Foundation reading The Children at the IDP Camp by Olatunbosun Taufik. The next is The Road Does Not End by Olubumi Familoni, to be read by Star Kids Academy.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Babalola Shemilogo. I am a member of Star Kids Academy. I will be reading The Road Does Not End by Olubumi Familoni, Chapter 8. When I saw Moshood, he grabbed me by the arm and dragged me to the side of the road, under a small tree. "What happened to you yesterday?" he barked. "Why did you run away like that?" I saw that man. "Which man?" "The man that gave me money. The one that I took to Auntie Biliki's house." "So why were you running from him?" I don't want him to take me back to my auntie's house. Are you a fool? He has money and we are looking for money. And you're running away from him. You're running away from money. I hadn't thought about it like that. But Pepe's money was trouble. That was the only thing he had ever brought me. I didn't want it. I didn't want anything to do with him. I didn't know how to tell Moshood that. So I said, how did you get to Congo's place before me? I left you at that last beer parlor, but you got to Congo's place before I got there. I left immediately you ran out, and I took a shortcut. I wanted to tell him about the 2,000 naira prize he won for getting there first. But it was a stupid thing. He didn't know about the game, and I couldn't tell him to go and collect the money from Congo. I knew that Congo would never give it to him. Instead, it would give him a slap. I let the 2,000 naira go. There was enough money still tied up in my shirt. I didn't know where to keep my money. I couldn't keep carrying it around like this, tied in my shirt or stuffed in my pocket. How much could someone carry around? How would I carry it when it becomes ₦1 million? Maybe I would buy a big Ghana must-go bag for the money and carry it everywhere with me. Moshood was lucky. He had a house where he could keep his money, or a mother who could keep it for him. I wish I could send my money to Mommy me to keep for me, until it was enough to buy the cars. That way, nobody would steal it. I wanted to tell Moshood about Said being a thief. I hated that there were things I couldn't tell Moshood, things I had to carry alone on my chest. But if he was my friend, I should be able to tell him anything. Maybe I wasn't really his friend. We were just colleagues, and there was work to do today. Today is Saturday, my friend. Moshood began, looking happy. Today, we take our work to the next level. Next level, I was curious. We're not going to the beer parlors again. Not on weekend. Weekends are for Owa and Bear. That is where the money is on Saturdays. And there is also food too. My mouth watered. I had followed Daddy me to an Owa and Bear he played at one time as a part of a juju musician band. There had been a lot of well-dressed people in the same type of clothes and a lot of jewelry. The music was loud, and they were spraying a lot of money on the singer and on the people dancing in front of the stage. And there was a lot of food, but I had not seen any beggar. They wouldn't let beggars into those kind of big parties. I asked Moshood, how are we going to get in? He laughed and rubbed my head. We won't dress like beggars. I have brought Ankara Buba and Sokoto for you. With my brother's shoes, we will dress like guests. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a member of the Star Kids reading The Road Does Not End by Olubumi Familoni. The next in this segment of the first 6 that we're reading is Risi Recycle, The Dustbin Girl by Temiloluwa Adesina, to be read by AJ House of Poetry member.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Okwara Chidubem James. I'm a member of AJ House of Poetry, and today I'll be reading Risi Recycle by Temiloluwa Adesina, page 175, chapter 16, The Sea of Trash. After Risi recovered, it was time to return to life as usual. Each time she stepped out now, someone greeted her familiarly. She had gotten tired of hearing people saying things like, "Now you be the Risi girl, Abi. Ah, you get mine, though. Small girl like you go under G by yourself. If not me, I go just the fear." While she knew that didn't mean any harm, and that they were probably saying it out of admiration, it made her feel uncomfortable. It made her feel like some of the bad guys will overhear and come and grab her for being a snitch. Sometimes, her mind flashed to how they had almost caught her in the under G zone, and she would break out in cold sweat. as she got into Ayo Garden City Estate with her sack and little rod. She couldn't help but smile at the beautiful houses, well-tiled streets, and well-kept lawns. The houses had green wheelie bins and huge metal drums in front of them. She smiled. One day, she vowed, one day she will live in one of these houses with Mama Agba. She walked the length of the estate, checking the bins, where she spotted a hole in the fence at the far end of the estate. She went through it and found herself in a rubbish dump. She remembered the last time this sort of thing had happened in a similar estate. Chioma, Aisha, and Ali had been there to make the experience fun. She missed her friends. This place stank. The stench made her eyes water. The market trash was full of bags, discarded bottles, and household items. One of the bin bags she had rummaged through contained discarded food, all rotten, with maggots crawling out of them. This would be good as compost for a garden. Why waste it? Risi thought. Just then, she heard the peal of a school bell nearby. A garbage dump near a school? This sea of trash isn't good at all for the environment. I'll tidy up this dump. I'll pick up trash. There are lots of plastic bottles and household waste for recycling, Risi thought. Immediately, she got busy with stuffing her sack with the plastic bottles, not minding the big swarm of buzzing flies swarming around her. The school soon closed, and children of all ages thronged out of the premises, looking at her strangely as they passed the dump. Some little ones pointed and screamed, "Look, there's a girl in the dump! A girl in the dump!" A group of older boys passed by and threw some empty plastic drink bottles and cans carelessly on the path instead of in the huge dustbin. Risi stared at the bottles for some time before she shouted, "Hey, stop polluting the environment. Use the dustbins." "Why should we?" One short one challenged. "That's because trash or waste is not good for the environment. This earth is our home. We must protect the surroundings rather than destroy it like this dump." Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Recycle, The Dustbin Girl by Temilolu Adeshina, read by AJ House of Poetry member. They all remember that we have 5 more to go, and we say hi to Jumoke Versimo and Uche Peters, who are on Zoom with us, 2 of our authors. We're just taking a short music break. We have 5 more to go, but we'll make sure that it doesn't take time.
ṣeré tíátàrà o. Ìyá wa ṣeré tíátàrà o. Bàbá mi ẹ ṣeré tíátàrà o. Aha. Ọmọ mi ṣeré tíátàrà o. 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 Tọmọdé wa ò wá burúkú wá ní yàrá lóko. Tọmọdé wa ò wá burúkú wá ní bàbá rẹ̀ lóko. Ìyá mi fìyàn tó dá mi láyé. Bàbá mi fi wá tó dá mi láyé. Ayé tí mo wà yìí kò máa yé mi o. Ẹ̀yin ni Ọlọ́run kejì mi láàyè. Ó ìyá wa ṣe rere, bàbá ti ṣe rere. Ìyá wa ṣe rere tíátàrà o. Ìyá mi ṣe rere, bàbá mi ṣe rere. Ìyá mi á ṣe rere tíátàrà o. Let's go.
Femi Okunuwa and the Afrikaners. Now we're reading the next 5, and let me assure you that these readings are not in any particular order. When we get to particular order, you see when we start calling the authors. So we're reading now from The Third Side of a Coin by Hyginus Ekwaze, to be read by the Gifted Steppers members.
Good day, everyone. My name is Uneke Gift. My name is AK Divine. Today we'll be reading The Third Side of a Coin by Hyginus Ekwazi. Page 92. $100, $200, $300, $400, $500, 500 United States dollars from me, High Chief Otakagu Osisi Namiego, to our princess. This gift of 500 American dollars from my heart. He presses the money to his heart before placing it at the feet of my sister, Lucky Charm. Mommy's hands are half covering her open mouth, as though to prevent her from screaming. Daddy too is surprised. It's as if he's finding it difficult to believe what he is seeing. They thank him. Mommy thanks him over and over. I watch as my mom takes the $500 and puts it under the small pillow on which my sister, Lucky Charm head is resting. I know that under that pillow, there is an open Bible and a small crucifix. Can we not turn to why I am here? He is now sitting down. The seat is a kind meant for two people, but he sits on it as if it is much too small for him. First and foremost, I am here on behalf of our people, and I come in peace. My mommy and daddy say in almost one voice, welcome.
Daddy quickly adds, and you will go in peace. Don't our people say that the visitor who comes in peace must live in peace? He turns to Daddy. We don't see you in our Otumuna meeting, the meetings of prominent Ndigbo men in this town. So too your wife. The women don't see her in their meetings. Mommy and dad says nothing. We are Ndigbo, and we strongly believe that Igwe Bike, unity is strength. Our unity is our strength. Am I right? Daddy and mommy assure him he's right. It is easy to break a broomstick, or 2 broomsticks, or 3, but no one can break a bunch of broomsticks. I asked myself, how true is that really? I may not be able to break the bunch with my bare hands, but with a machete or with one of those tree cutting tools the Chinese make, I can cut a whole bunch of broomsticks to matchstick pieces. Igwe Bike, together, there is nothing we cannot achieve if we put our strength together, if we put our wisdom together, if we put our money together. Money! Those dollars the chief has given to my sister, Lucky Charm. If some kind of magic will make my mom leave that money to my sister and me, we will build an animal park. One that will contain more animal than we see in Jurassic Park. There will be different kinds of dinosaurs. The kinds that eat flesh. The kinds that eat plants. The kinds that eat everything, including flesh and plants. There will be giant gorillas and monkeys so small that the human fingers is longer than them. The tortoise. We must learn from the tortoise. You know what stories are to our people? They are not really for entertainment. They are to teach a lesson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are members of Gifted Steppers reading The Third Side of a Coin by Igenus Ekwaze. Now the next is Mighty Might and Golden Jewel by Henry Akubuero, to be read by members of Ovie Brumo Foundation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Imo Wana.
And my name is Oyedoku Finfolua.
And we're from the Ovie Brumo Foundation. We are going to be reading a book known as Mighty Might and Golden Jewel by Henry Akubiro.
Chapter 4, page 42, titled Panic. Weeks after the masked men invaded our school, normalcy returned to Alanji Junior Secondary School. A team of policemen who visited our school today tried to calm things down. They addressed us. There are no public holidays on Mondays. We repeat, there are no public holidays on Mondays. We have captured the hoodlums who came here the other day. They are not unknown gentlemen, as they call themselves. They are a group of frustrated, idle pickpockets and petty thieves from this area, known to us and many people in Alanji. They are after their own pockets, using terror as a tool. Forget about their masks. Some of them hide their faces to scare you. It's nothing to worry about. We are on top of the situation. Their words sounded reassuring, but our parents didn't want to risk our life. Gradually, they started allowing us to go to school on Mondays. My mother kept telling me, "Be careful," each time I was set for school on Mondays. Run as fast as you can into the bush if you see them, and find your way home, she would tell me. Remember, you have to be alive to be a professor.
Despite the assurance of the policemen, most people in the community were still cautious. Our teachers pretended to be brave, but I noticed they would always look out of the windows as they taught us. Chima and I had moved our lockers closer to the windows. We didn't want to be taken by surprise should the bad boys call again. Climbing on our lockers, we could easily jump out and disappear into the bush in case of an emergency. Despite all the precautionary measures put in place by the school authorities, including hiring a group of local vigilantes to man the gates, the second visit of the hoodlums were more disturbing. It was on the first day of our first term examination. 2 papers were scheduled for the day for all the junior secondary classes. social studies, and fine arts. We had finished taking the first exam and were in the middle of the second when they struck again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's from Mighty Might and Golden Jewel by Henry Akubero, written by members of OVA Brume Foundation. The next is Grandma and the Moon's Hidden Secret by Jumoke Verissimo, to be read by iRead mobile library members.
Beautiful afternoon, everyone. My name is Temtokwe Benedict.
Beautiful afternoon, everyone. My name is Alexander Odedeji.
We are the member of iRead Mobile Library, and we are here to read a story titled Grandma and the Moon's Hidden Secret, written by Jumoke Verissimo. After school, Aduke hurries home just to hear Grandma sing a praise song. Aduke, my child, a child with wisdom, a child with riches, a priceless child. Aduke, a child with a crown. Aduke, she glows in wisdom, she glows in riches, she glows in joy. She glows like the radiant moon all over the earth. Aduke tells Grandma about her day at school. She mimics the sound of a teacher. Now say after me. Aduke, enough of this English word. Talk to me in Yoruba. Grandma chuckles. One afternoon, at the sound of the school bell, Aduke rushed home, eager to receive Grandma's hug. She was surprised to see a crowd crying outside their house. Aduke looked here and there, but Grandma and her pastry store were not there. Grandma, where are you? She ran to look for Grandpa, only to see more people around him. Aduke, Grandma has gone to her final resting home, Grandpa said. Her heart trembled. But this is her home, Aduke screamed. You are older than Grandma. Aduke, my child, the day owner decides when it's our time. Who is the day owner? Aduke asked curiously. God, my daughter, God, Grandpa replied. Is Grandma coming back soon? Aduke asked. She's not coming back, Yemika explained.
She dashed into the guest room to see if Grandma was hiding, only to find her lying on the bed, not moving. Aduke rushed out of the room and screamed into the wind. Yemika, has Grandma really gone? Who will sing to me? Aduke asked. Yes, Grandma has gone. She will no longer sit outside to sell her pastries again, Yemika answered. Aduke started to cry again when she saw Grandma's empty chair. I love Grandma so much. Who will hug me after school and give me corn chips? Aduke sobbed. Aduke, if you stop crying, I will tell you a secret about Grandma, Yemika said. The secret is that Grandma now lives inside the moon, but you can only see her if you squint and you stop crying, said Yemika. How do you know? How did she enter the moon? Aduke asked. She told me this when Grandma's mother, who is your great-grandmother, died. She said, when people die, they become tiny speck of light that makes the full moon shine brightly. Really? Yes. If you squint, the moon will smile at you. Squint. Do you notice the small spots in the moon? One of them is Grandma. Aduke looked up and squinted, but the moon was plain. But I can't see anything, Aduke cried. You can only see the spots with dry, squinted eye. Aduke stopped crying. She squinted and widened her eye. Yes, she didn't see the speck in the moon. Maybe you will see Grandma tomorrow. Let's sleep now. Aduke ignored Yemika. She bent, moved sideways, and squinted to catch a glimpse of Grandma in the moon.
Thank you.
That was pretty low, that my mic also had to go off. But thank you. Now the next is Village Boy by Aniete Hussein, to be read by members of AJ House of Poetry. Quickly.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mary Okechukwu. I'm from AG House of Poetry, and I'll be reading Village Boy by Anyetie Hussein. Page 52, A Tale of Two Uncles. Uncle Etim was one of Akan's favorite uncles. He did not only treat Akan with endless folklores or help him chase delicious insects for snacks. He also taught him new English words, often reducing them to funny songs and rhymes. Cassava iwa, banana mbodo, plantain ukom, tebu okpokoro, ink monk wed, nkanika clock. Very often, Akan would pronounce clock as crock and send many relatives into prolonged laughter. Uncle Etim, say clock. Akan, crock. Uncle Etim, no, it's claw, claw, claw. Akan, craw, craw, craw. Etim, however, loved the curious and skinny boy and was ever patient in explaining and correcting him. His folklores and fables were second to none. He had the rare ability to arrest the attention of children and hold them spellbound, simultaneously in a state of fright, suspended excitement, and anxious uncertainty before he dropped the bombshell to climax his tale. The incredible exploit of tortoise and its uncanny ability to always outforce the mighty and powerful in the forest was his fault. He rarely failed to drive home the moral of every tale. Uncle Etim also knew or pretended to know the delicious taste of every bushmeat, be it roasted, fried, or steamed for pepper soup. Listen to me. If you eat pig meat now, oh my God, you will lick your fingers for 3 days, he said, scratching his head, as the boy stared at him under the moonlight and wishing pork would suddenly drop from the skies. I tell you, pig meat is the best of meat too. But man is the problem. Don't worry, boys. When you grow up and you go to America, you'll be tired of pig meat, he confidently said. Oh my God, Uncle, you have been to America before. Akan asked with curiosity written on his face. It's America, not America, Uncle Etim said, sending other children into another round of laughter at the expense of Akan. Thank you, Uncle. Is America in the sky? Akan asked inquisitively, mispronouncing America one more time and provoking more laughter. No, it is not, Uncle Etim answered, a little bit irritated by the interruptions. But Uncle Etim, you told me that the airplane that passed last night in the sky was going to America. Oh, sorry, America. Akan pressed further. Okay, boys, it's high time you all went to bed so that you can wake up in time. And for you, American boy, make sure you pray before you sleep so that God can take you to America one day. Uncle Etim said, dismissing his inquisitive nephews. It was always fun hanging out with Uncle Etim in the evenings under the moonlight. But Akan's older uncle, Ekong, was not so. He was arch, ill-tempered, and perpetually cane-wielding. Akan was always going about with cane marks and stripes on his back from Uncle Ekong's ruthless flogging. Whenever Uncle Ekong was going to the pit latrine in the night, he would order Akan to accompany him and stand guard at the outhouse. The little boy would be completely overwhelmed by fear, not just of snakes, but ghosts that he usually heard were roaming around at night. The real and present danger, however, was not snakes and ghosts, but the unpleasant odor, a miasma of unhealthy fumes that consumed the boy, as his uncle discharged, often with difficulties, some really hard poops down the shithole. One sunny day, after Akan returned from school, Uncle Ekon got Akan beaten black and blue. It was such a merciless beating that Udoma, Akan's cousin, ran home to invite her mother. Akan's crime was failure to cook cocoyam for him soon after he returned from school. When Akan managed to escape and ran to the neighbors begging for cover, Uncle Ekan was out on the heels of the screaming boy. In the frenzy, 3 dogs pounced on Akan and beat him everywhere: thighs, buttocks, legs, and hands. And that became a bigger problem. When dogs bite in the village, it was believed that the victim will back and die unless urgent treatment was administered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was from Village Boy by Aneche Hussein, read by AJ House of Poetry member. Now, the last but not the least is The Wishmaker by Peter Umezurike, who is joining us from online. It's to be read by members of Star Kids. Please make sure you bring the microphone to your mouth so that we don't have...
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Oladipo Kweyemi. I'm a member of the Star Kids Academy, and I'll be reading from Wishmaker by Uchechukwu Peter Umezurike, and I'll be starting from chapter 13. Mother will get better. Mother looks hunched as she paces across the yard. She stops pacing when she sees me and asks where I was. Panting, I tell her I was playing football with Odi. I've called you more than 10 times. Even though she scolds me, she sounds croaky. I stare at my feet, though I feel relieved that she has been able to get up. Maybe she will still go to the market. Should I mention that I fought with Tansy? Mother will be mad. She has warned me to stop fighting. As much as Tansy's taunting bothered me, I hope I didn't hurt him much. Mother starts coughing. Undo, I say. Tears stream from her yellowed eyes. She clutches at her chest. I tell her sorry again and again. She spits out, making a racking sound. I slide my arm around her waist and help her stagger back into the house. She rubs her forehead and collapses on the bed. I grab a wrapper and drape it over her shoulder. Have you eaten? She whispers. I'm not hungry, I reply, certain that the medicine is making her feel drowsy. I kneel by the bed. Her breathing sounds like her throat is stuffed with cotton. Her chest moves up, down, up, down. Her face has many deep furrows, and I can see her veins. Mother, she takes her time before answering. Yes? I smile. You will get better. Mother smiles back, just faintly. Chapter 14, Christmas Eve. I wake up early the day before Christmas. I want to scream in delight because I am looking forward to getting a present from Mother. But I remember that she hasn't saved any money for my present. She is still sleeping, and I don't want to wake her. She breathes as if a stone is resting on her chest. I roll up my mat, tuck it under the bed. She groans, eyes still closed. I touch her neck for any signs of illness. Her body is burning. She is sweaty too. She squints at me like the room is too bright. Are you going to be all right? I ask. She touches her forehead, groans again. I wonder if the stranger knows that Mother is sick. Is that why he hasn't come around to ask for food? Or has he gone by himself to look for the treasure in River Urachi? A small part of me wishes I could see him before Christmas. I hold Mother's hand, and it is feverish too. I say, tomorrow is Christmas. Are you excited? She asks. I shrug and pull at a loose thread on the blanket. I would be if there were presents. There are things more important than a present. You said you will get me something. Maybe I did, she says, swatting my hand away. I scrunch my face. Maybe I should die and leave this house for you. Her words eat me. I swallow the lump in my throat and clasp her hand again. Don't leave me, I plead. Guilt twisting my stomach into knots. Mother rests her hand on my head. Let's buy bread and akara for breakfast, okay? My shoulders slump as I nod. I wish I hadn't fought with my friends. I feel so alone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's from Wishmaker by Peter Umezurike, by a member of Star Kids. Now, you've heard from the 11 books. The books were written for children, and you've heard from the children. I don't know what their opinions are about the individual books, but those are the books written for children, and I'm sure the authors too can feel the pulse of the language, of the text. Now, there's what we call Jara. That is not Jara or Jara. We've just added, we have brought most of the text, some of the text, excerpts, and matched them together to close this particular segment. I can assure you that we're running even ahead of time because the next, when you're going to meet the author, will be at 4:52, but we're going to get there in no time. This is just a short dance sketch. Now, can I have the children on stage for this one? You may have seen a few teenagers among them, but teenagers are also children. Now, the dance. Thank you very much. Hold there. Just hold it there. Hold it there. I can assure you this is the first time I'm seeing this. I didn't even know it was this elaborate. They just told me they wanted to mix all the text from all the books. Ayo Deji, he put this one together. He is the founder of the Kings and Queens based in Bariga. And I just want you to help me give a resounding applause to those who take out time and their resources to mentor young people. I'll call them on stage one by one. Omar Rizin for Gifted Steppers. Fumilori, I read. Dagatola from AJ. Where's Ovie Brume? It's a Jowa. Ovie Brume Foundation. Who have I not called? Where's the list? Lanre of Star Kids. Please. We have to do this for them because these are themselves social workers who take out time to mentor these children without anybody paying them. I can tell you that some of these kids, and I'm sorry to say this in their presence, are what you call the underserved. Underserved, indigent. They are not Ajebotas, like me. A big round of applause for them. Thank you very much. So you can now file out in your dance. Quickly. So thank you very much. Now, we're back to the heart of why we're here today. And I'm waiting for you to vacate the stage. You know, as dancers, you are like sports people. So why are we here today? As we had in the statement the other time, we're going to meet the authors now. We have two of them online. We have Jumoke Versimo online, and we have Uche Chuku Umezuruke also online. I would like to start immediately by inviting the moderator, who is Victory Ashaka. He started as a 9-year-old himself, and he has grown to 21, a first-class graduate of Lagos State University, an international poet and spoken word artist. Victory Ashaka, please.
O compatriots on this green land of jewel, youthful willpower is the strength of every thriving nation. As coalitions of dreamers rising as fearless redeemers with wild dreams too hard to be slain on the altar of inaccessibility. So let's peace and love fizzle out hate and war, because this battle is to be fought with a book, not the bullet. Can a society be a melting pot of chaos and not be burnt? Can a nation ignore young minds and not be crushed? Can a policy be scaled without the voices of the young? Or what's a youth agenda devoid of equal genders? Then silence is never golden till the day we get heard. We are a conduit of light capable of power and connectivity, the conquerors of complexity that transcends mediocrity, the vanguard of excellence and employability, making action calls that policies may be at our beck and call. The future is here and now, and it belongs to those whose minds have not been soiled by the gimmicks of social malady. The future that inspires even artists to write poems and musicians to write songs. The Niger spirit is the literary dexterity in Chimamanda Adichie, the musical virtuoso in Rema, the Guinness culinary skills of Hilda Bassi, the fearless strike of Victor Osimhen, the comic aesthetics of Layo Asabi, and the chess acumen of Tunde Onokoya. So catch the fire, get inspired to light up your touch of patriotic desire, stretch forth your arms, raise up the banner to speak truth to power, for us to rise as true African giants, to be twice as tall for a better time. The timeless essence of patriotism. And even when the table doesn't turn to us, we'll change our chairs to secure a seat at the table, because it's our time, our turn, and our future. Thank you. Wow. So that was impromptu. And how did that go? All right, so that's one of the advantages of having a mentor and a father figure like Mr. German, and your motto must always be prepared. And that's just what he has just done right about now. So, ladies, gentlemen, distinguished guests, all protocols duly observed. Victor Ashaka is my name, and it's such a sincere pleasure to serve as the moderator today. And right about now, with no further ado, I would like to bring up on stage the super amazing writers and authors of this children's literature. So, in no alphabetical order, I would like to bring up on stage all our 11 authors for the Nigeria for the Nigerian Literature Prize, for the Nigeria Prize for Literature. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring up on stage Mrs. Indidi Chiazo Enenmo, the author of A Father's Pride. Also, I would like to bring up on stage Mr. Olubumi Familoni, the author of The Road Does Not End. I would also like to bring up on stage Mr. Henry Akuburo, the author of Mighty Might and Golden Jewel. I would like to bring up on stage Mr. Anyete Hussein, the author of Village Boy. All right, so I would like to bring up on stage Mr. Peter Ume Zurike, the author of Wishmaker by Uche Chukwu, and he will be joining us virtually for this panel session. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as I make welcome on stage Dr. Temiloluwa Adeshino, the author of Risi Recycle, The Dustbin Girl. Right about now, I'd like to bring up on stage Mr. Ijunus Ekwazi, the author of The Third Side of a Coin. With a resounding round of applause, I would also like to bring up on stage Mr. Olatunbo Suntaofik. Also, I'd like to bring up on stage Ms. Jumoke Verisimo, who is the author of Grandma and the Moon's Hidden Secret. She will also be joining us virtually for this chat with the authors. I'd also like to bring up on stage Mr. Ayo Oyeku, the author of The Magic Jalabia. I would also like to bring up on stage, the last but not the least, Mr. Akoni Festus Olaniyi, the author of Bode's Birthday Party. All right, so with a resounding round of applause, please, can we give it up to all the amazing writers seated here today on the stage? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the long list of 11 for the Nigerian Prize for Literature, and briefly, we would like to engage with all our amazing writers with crucial questions. And in order to make a leveled playground, we'll be asking the same questions, but we'd like them to answer from their individual perspectives about their individual books. So I would like to also start from the writers who are joining us virtually today, and that is Ms. Jumoke Verisimo and Mr. Peter. All right, and if we have it, we can just, all right. So we would like to start by asking the first question, and we'd like them to answer, which has to do with what motivated them to write the book and the message that they're trying to convey with their literary work of art. So the first question goes to Ms. Jumoke. We'd like to ask, we have a diverse audience right here today in this hall. We have the adults, we have young people, we have children who are also listening to your works, children who are also willing to read your works, and some of them have just displayed some of them right on stage today. So the first question we'd like to ask you, that most of our audience are also inquisitive about, is to first of all tell us about what motivated you to write this book and what is the message you are trying to convey. Thank you. That's a question to Ms. Jumoke Verisimo.
Am I audible? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Before I begin, I want to say thank you so much for everyone in the hall today and everyone joining us online. I have deep gratitude in my heart. Thanks to the organizers, thanks to Nlng for giving us this platform. It's always a pleasure. This is my second time, so I'm filled with gratitude again. Thank you to CORA for organizing this party. And it's also good to see familiar faces and friends also sharing the long list. And now to respond to your question, what was the inspiration behind Grandma and the Moon's Hidden Secret? I would first of all say that I enjoyed writing Grandma and the Moon's Hidden Secret because I had the intention of writing a book in Yoruba from the very first instance. And then I also wrote it in English. So that itself was interesting to balance writing in an indigenous language and also writing in English. But the book itself came when somebody who is very close to us, almost like a grandmother, died. And I had to think of the best way to tell a child about loss. And it then occurred to me that we find it difficult to find the right words to choose when we are trying to discuss death with children, because we are not sure how to bring it to them. But apart from that, it was also more about imparting knowledge, or wisdom rather. How do that sense of moving from the familiar way we talk to children to talking about very deep things to them. And considering the heaviness of the subject, or for an adult, I wanted to remind myself that I would be talking to children. So I decided to write a book that actually brought together the fantastical, that employed the imaginative power of children, knowing that they are always curious and their imagination is endless. I mean, I could, for instance, tell you, like my daughter, for instance, one day she was trying to finding it difficult to leave her bed to go to school. And then she told me, I'm invincible. I said, how? She said, I have a blanket over my head and you can't see me. The playfulness of kids when they're talking about things, I wanted to bring that into the book, and the inspiration and the process kind of merged in that at that time. And so my inspiration comes from the power of curiosity that is in children, and their constant attempt to understand life in a less serious form. They take life with so much levity. The moments are precious to them. They live in the moment. And I wanted to capture that. I wanted to preserve that. I wanted children to be children in the writing of the story. So the writing of the story was cumulative. The imagination of the children, the event of a death of someone who was very close to us, and the idea of learning to teach or impart children with wisdom without taking their childhood from them. I hope that answers the question.
All right, so thank you so much we can put hands together for that. Thank you so much for sharing your perspective on the message you're trying to convey through your book and what really motivated or inspired you to write that book. Thank you so much. All right, so I'd like to pass the mic to Mr. Peter to also shed light or to share his own perspective about the message he's trying to convey through his book and what really inspired you to write that book. Thank you. In about 2 minutes. Thank you.
You said? Oh, okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Unmute your mic.
All right, you can go on. Thank you. Okay. So just before we have Mr. Peter to answer that question, can we now pass the mic to Mr. Ayo to shed more light on what really motivated you to write your book and what is the message you are also trying to convey through your work? We just watched how these children read an excerpt from your book. So what inspired you to write this book and what is your message you're trying to convey? Thank you. In about 2 minutes.
Thank you. Sometime in 2008, I went to Sokoto for my NYC program, and that opened my eyes to the Almajiri situation in the north. And while everybody, like most of us that came from the south, will say, oh, this is a pandemic, these kids are on the streets, they're just roaming around, they don't have a future. I give it a deeper thought, which is, back home in the south, we have kids roaming around the streets too. And somehow we keep forgetting that this is the Nigerian child. They are children. And we sort of label them, we call them different names. We say, oh, this is Amajiri. Oh, that one is an area boy. Oh, that other one is Colombo. We come up with these labels, we come up with all these stuff to paint a very gloomy picture about their future. So I said, okay, how can I put sprinkles of happiness in their life? By picking these underprivileged children and creating a fantastic story for them with the intent of helping them to reimagine hope. Some will say renewed hope, but here in the story is to reimagine hope, like, if I'm this little and I seem to be nothing, what will the future be like for me? So in the story, the children teleport into the future where they discover that their future is going to be bright, and not only that, they're going to be part of the people that are going to make the country great. Because at the end of the day, it's all about our country and it's about us. So the main lessons there in the book is that oftentimes it is the insignificant people that do significant things in life. And these children are an important part of our life. We should see them as our children. Thank you.
All right, so thank you so much. Yeah, we can put hands together for Mr. Ayo for sharing his own perspective about that. So can we also hear the perspective of Mr. Olubumi on that same question? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think it's almost similar to what Jumoke was talking about, because when you look at the entire Nigerian literary canon, there's a lot of documentation in it about how adults, there's a whole lot of focus on how adults navigate loss, how they navigate abandonment, and how they navigate grief as well. It's almost kind of like the children don't exist. And in the cases where the children exist, most of the authors are not writing, they're writing from the perspective of writing as an adult for adults. So they are not writing from the perspective of writing for children and letting them understand how it is that they also deal with grief, like looking at it through the eyes of a child. So I thought about that. That's just one of the things that inspired me. I thought about that, and I thought that I think this is something really that kids should also consider as well, because it's very important, because it's also part of life. You get to a point, and when we're talking about loss and when we're talking about grief, it's not something that affects only adults. It's not something that happens to only adults. It also happens to children as well. I mean, you might go to school today, and then you go to school the next day, and you found out that someone that was in school with you, something had happened, and then there's no way for them to be able to explain that to that person. So those are some of the things that I thought about, and then I wrote that book, The Road Does Not End. A child that was basically trying to navigate through adults, through an adult world, grief, loss, and abandonment. Really.
All right, thank you so much for sharing your perspective. So we can put hands together for that too. All right, so can we also hear the perspective of Mr. Eri about that?
Okay, thank you very much. Nice to be here once again. I am dismayed by what I call the tragedy of silence by Nigerians towards the disabled in our midst. And this work is an inexpensive trip to the world of disabled, whom we are discriminated against every day. I use the major character, Chukwueze, who is a dwarf, and Nora, an albino, to show the world how we have abandoned the disabled. So this book makes a case for the disabled to be loved and be shown the way to fulfill their potentials. In Nigeria, we seem to have woven a myth about the disabled. A pregnant woman, for instance, finds it difficult to stay with a disabled because she believes that she may likely give birth to a disabled, which is not supposed to be so. So this work draws attention to the fact that the disabled are products of genetic disorders. It makes a case for reorientation in the society, to embrace them, to show them love, and also to nurture them to stardom. I also tried in this book to draw attention to the case of out-of-school children in Nigeria. From Borno State to Benue to the east, there is insecurity. We have not paid attention to what the children are going through, why the insecurity lasts in Nigeria or continues to rise. The children are thrown out of the schools for no fault of theirs, and the society and the authorities have not done much to stem the tide of insecurity. So the narrator in this book came from an environment where schools were closed. But he rediscovered himself when he relocated to a safer place like Lagos, where he formed an alliance with another disabled, and they used creativity to make a case for the disabled. In this work, we find out that because they were encouraged, they became superstars. In a nutshell, this is what the book is all about.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Eric, for sharing your own perspective on that. So just before we have or hear the perspective of Mrs. Ndidi about that, please, to the technical team, do you mind turning down the AC for our panelists? Thank you so much.
Before we become frozen boys.
Yeah. Yeah, kindly turn down the AC a bit for our panelists. So, yeah, we are about to hear the perspective of Mrs. Ndidi on a message and what really motivated her to write in that story, A Father's Pride. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, in recent years, I've been so bothered about our children's exposure to the screen. The internet, social media, is like from television, they are holding an Android phone, assimilating things that they shouldn't assimilate, And when you want to take something from a child, you have to provide an alternative. You want to say, okay, drop that phone. So what do I do next? So I decided to write a book, an engaging book, and a wholesome book that will keep children engaged. A Father's Pride can keep children engaged for up to a year. And I'm not joking about it because it's like stories within a story. There is the folk tales, there are the cultural aspects of our society that we are forgetting. Most importantly, we have the issue of domestic violence, which we discovered was on the rise during the COVID-19 pandemic. And then the error that people often make is that they think that domestic violence is just about a man beating the wife or vice versa. But it doesn't end there. Children are often the victim of domestic violence. So I decided to put all this together. There is also the issue of the environment, environmental degradation. We are complaining of the depletion of the ozone layer. So many things that will keep children positively engaged. So beyond the entertainment that the book offers, there are activities that the children can, channel their energies, because we are losing grip on our children rapidly. Our morals are being, going down by the day because of the things that assimilate through the social media. You see a child greeting an elder, hi, uncle, hi, hey, guys. So these are things I want to address, that we should look back and go back to the basics.
All right, thank you so much, Mrs. Ndidi, for sharing your perspective about that. And what I got from there, it means we should now look at edutainment, meaning education and entertainment, the fusion of it together. All right, thank you so much, and that's rightly said. So I would like to pass the mic also to Dr. Temiloluwa Adeshino to share your perspective about what motivated you and what's your message.
Okay, thank you for having me. And I wrote Recycle the Dustbin Girl from the dream I had when I was in 400 level in the university. I had a dream that I saw children on the dustbin and they were asking for help. I believe it was my purpose. So the first time I visited the dustbin estate in Ajegunle, that's the setting of my story, I felt this is me becoming who God wanted me to be. And along the line, when we began to work with kids living in the dustbin estate in Ajegunle, I saw that the place was a huge dustbin, and I saw possibilities that the boys or girls could become in this place. It was also in that dustbin estate, for the first time I saw a girl and many boys, a lot of them that had never seen the computer before in their life. And the question they asked was, could you please teach us how to use the laptop? And so I put all these experiences together, like an experience of 5 years, and I put it into Recycle the Dustbin Girl. So Recycle the Dustbin Girl is an environmental or eco-friendly book And it's also a technology conscious book that teaches them that teaches children how to be custodians and ambassadors of the environment. It also teaches them to be custodians and environment of technology. It teaches a lot of cybersecurity in that I put together what it means to pick up the trash in your environment and turn them to treasure. I taught them that it also teaches that when they turn trash to treasure, they can become global ambassadors of the environment. And also a part of it that puts recycling with technology, that some of them, because children are digital natives, they don't understand that even though the internet is a safe place for them to learn a lot of things, it's also a place for them to be pedophile. And so there was a lot of things that happened to them because they didn't understand that when they're ambassadors of technology, they also it can become a vice for them as well. So in as much as it teaches them to be ambassadors of the environment, what climate change is in a simple and interesting way, it also teaches them to be ambassadors of technology.
All right. Can we appreciate Dr. Temiloluwa for that? Meaning that our environment is ours to protect, because if we do not protect our environments, we are still the ones to bear the brunt of it. So here is a message through our work to enlighten people about that. All right. Can we now go over to Mr. Peter, if you are on the line, to also, in 2 minutes, shed light on that? So do we have Mr. Peter?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, great.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry for that glitch. So I think I just want anyone, but of course children who read my book, to really appreciate the need to be kind, to be courageous. And my book is just about the power to dream. And so it's not only about trying to instill some sort of moral lessons to children, but also to encourage them to take their capacity to dream, to imagine new ways of pursuing their goal. So, and I think that's the major motivation for me. Of course, I've been writing children's books. I have over 5 children's books, and for me, I've always thought it's necessary to fill that vacuum, to make more books available for children, because more often than not, we are always writing for adults. And as someone who grew up in an environment with little access to books, I felt I should contribute to children's literature by producing and promoting children's writing. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Peter, for sharing your perspective on your motivation and your message out there. All right, so can we now take the perspective of Mr. Anyete Hussein, the author of The Village Boy?
Well, thank you very much. I think I must begin by thanking and appreciating the Nigerian Nlng Limited and the Committee for Relevant Arts and other stakeholders that have contributed to this very important occasion. And I think that's not part of my 2 minutes. Now to start with, I grew up as an orphan under the palm trees with my aged grandmother in my village. And smoking rats out of their dark holes for meals, chasing insects desperately at night for snacks. And that gave me the impetus and the platform to appreciate village children and how important they are, how strong they are, how rugged they are. And at the point, I thought probably I could deploy all the talent God has given me to be the ambassador, as it were, of village children. Somehow it turned out that the book is not just about village children. Those who are more in love with Village Boy are the city children who've found a chance to use the book as a binoculars, to picture the villages that they have never been to. And then the book has also tremendously, surprisingly, resonated so much with the adult. The adult love it so much because they see themselves in the picture. of village boy. And so the basic thing, the basic purpose is that I decided to do a book about village children that will be an inspiration, an aspiration for them. There are so many village children, even in the city right now, maybe as houseboys. I was a houseboy. I visited the home. I was a houseboy in Akwa Ibom recently. I confess I had to run away from, that home. And so, Village Boy is a book of grass to graze. It's a book of rags to riches. Village Boy is a book of obstacles to miracles. Village Boy is a book of nowhere to somewhere. And as I said, thank you very much for that applause. I appreciate it very much. As I said in the last chapter of the book, chapter 25, probably the shortest chapter of any book I know. It is just one sentence, and I think that summarizes the book. And what I said is that to be born in poverty is not a disadvantage. It is actually an advantage. That's my experience in life. Yeah.
All right, so we can appreciate Mr. Hussein for that. And ladies and gentlemen, you would also agree with me that we've heard of the second side of the coin, two sides of the coin, but now we've seen the third side of the coin. So can we now hear from the horse's mouths about what inspired the third side of the coin? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. It looks like I'm the horse here. Now, but the point is this. I share in everything everybody has said, because it appears we all have had the same inspiration. But I think the only thing that is peculiar to me is that when my kids were growing up, I needed the kind of book that they will read, and I will read, and we will discuss. You see, the kind of books I found that met that criterion were foreign books, essentially. And you know the saying, if you are looking for the kind of book to read and you can't find it, then write it. So that is why I wrote that. And all I try to do there is to show how a child, you see, the diversity a child confronts once he leaves the home, and even within the home. So how does he make sense of it? How do you explain this to the child? Because the child soaks up all these experiences. So the third side of the coin simply says to the child, yes, you will meet a Yoruba man, you will meet a Hausa man, you will meet an Igbo man, and you see what is good and what is bad in them. But how do you know what is good and what is bad in them if you don't look at the issue critically? And how does a child look at it? The child will have to look at it not from those two sides of good and bad, but from the side of looking at them contemporary, at the same time. Because he has playmates who are Yoruba, who are Hausa. So he confronts them every day and looks at these things simultaneously. Simple. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for sharing your perspective with us today. So can we now also go on to Mr. Taufik to also share his own motivation, his message out there through his literary work? Thank you.
Okay. Firstly, let me appreciate NLG and the CORA and everybody who have put this program together. Let me start this way. What actually inspired me, I think I invited somebody to this program. I don't know, John, is John around? Okay. Yes, I think the story started with that young man over there many years ago. And by then, I was in primary 3 in Command Children's School. That young man was in nursery 2. So, and his mom, we were neighbors, and his mom happens to be somebody who usually prepared good meals for that guy to take to school. And his mom also usually take us to school. In my own family, we don't really take care of feeding, things like that, but for his own mom, she was a very good mom. So, always preparing drinks. Sometimes you have the milk, the juice, and whatsoever. You packed everything together, giving it to that guy. By then, he was still very young. So, and when we get to the school, she's going to highlight us, and I'm going to drag that young man to his own section while I go to my own class in primary 3. But most times I'm always hungry and I can't take from what belongs to that guy. Then one day I just said, what I'm going to do is that since I'm the one taking care of this guy, so I started taking out of his food and things like that. So one day I took out of his food and the boy saw it and the boy refused to eat. So when we got into the car, the boy was looking at me. I don't know if I remember the story very well now. So we got into the car and the boy now turned at me, said, "Mom, do you know something?" The mom said, "No." He looked at me again, he shook his head. He said, "Mom, do you know something?" I was guessing as well that this boy wants to report me to his mom. Then all of a sudden he told his mom, "Uncle Taufik ate my food." I was really, I wanted to disappear from the car. And the mom just looked at me like this. "So you are eating my son's food, eh?" That was what she said. Do you know that throughout the next month, I refused to enter their car? Because I was ashamed. But the greatest question was that, why can't the mom also give me out of some of the things that is given to this young man? That was what I was thinking as a kid. And so I now came with the philosophy that, look, we need to make children as well as adults to understand that the gospel of kindness is quite important to everybody. There are a lot of people that are out there, they can't afford what we can afford. There are a lot of children in the orphanages, the IDP camps and whatsoever have you, that they don't even have a day's square meal or what they are going to eat for tomorrow. And most of the monsters that we make in the world were people that they have a lot of deprived childhood. And when they grow up, they don't have humanity in them because nobody showed them one form of kindness or the other. So I now picked up the story from the angle of myself and that other young man. Then I now try to look at the IDP children, witnessing a lot of things that are happening in the camp of the IDPs. In fact, NGOs going to IDP camps to collect money, saying that they are coming to do things for those children, and a lot of them use it to buy houses in Ikoyi. Different places, yes, it's happening in the IDP camps. A lot of NGOs going around. So I met a lot of them, so I tried to assemble my story and a lot of things like that. And the main point that I was trying to explore in the writing is that kindness is a gospel that we all need to embrace. As a father, as a mother, make sure that anybody around you, you show them one form of kindness or the other so that the world will be a better place. Thank you.
All right. So once more, can we appreciate Mr. Taufik for that? Yeah, thank you for giving voice to the voiceless and hope to the hopeless through your work. And on a final note on this question, we'd like to hear the perspective of Mr. Okoni on the essence of writing that work. What's your message? What's the motivation behind it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The urge to write for this birthday party, I would say it became intense after I had an encounter with a concerned parent whose son, I would say he was about to lose to drug addiction. So there was a phrase the man made, and then it caught my attention. He said he was absent during the formative years of the son, which was why the son ended the way he ended. So I asked myself, if children from the younger age group are being introduced to this subject, and then will I be able to deter them entering into the first stage of drug addiction, which is experimentation. So the book is written basically to enlighten children and then in an attempt to prevent children from entering into that stage, because I believe the preteen years are the years when children actually try out those drugs and the rest. So the book was written to address that, and then kind of prevent the entry into that stage of experimentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Akoni, for sharing your perspective on that. So, right about now, can we have Ms. Jumoke back on the screen and Mr. Peter back on the screen? We'll be giving about 3 questions in one, 3 in 1 for you to answer these. If we can have them back on the screen. So we'd like to ask them that what does winning the Nigerian Prize for Literature mean to you? And what do you hope to do if you emerge as a winner? And what is your final advice to other emerging writers like yourself? So I'll go again. What does winning the Nigerian Prize for Literature mean to you? What do you hope to do if you emerge as a winner? And what's your final advice to other emerging writers like yourself? Thank you. In about 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'll start with the last question. My advice to emerging writers is to keep writing, to keep believing, and then to keep supporting each other. And then what I hope to do, if I happen to win the prize, would of course would be a wonderful thing. Part of my plan is to set up a prize of my own. Before I left Nigeria for Canada,
No, I don't.
I had the opportunity of donating over 100 books to 35 secondary schools in Imo State and Enugu State. So I hope to pursue that dream further. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much for your generosity through that. So can we now hear from Ms. Jumoke? Yeah.
Thank you for your question. What would I do if I win the prize? Okay, maybe I should rather go. I should, just like Richard, I should start with aspiring writers as well first. My number one advice for aspiring writers is that to read extensively. For example, I started going to Association of Nigerian Authors when I was 16. A number of people in the hall will probably know me because that was where I got started from. And I got introduced to books. I got introduced to writers, established writers who inspired me, so that community is important. Community of writers, finding writers, and also reading extensively and deeply, especially when you are targeting a younger audience. You want to immerse yourself in children's literature or literature across board, actually, and to write authentically, which is very important, because the readers are very perceptive, and when we're thinking about children especially, they are very smart. Children are smart, and so that would be my advice, to not be afraid to experiment with style or language, and to believe in themselves, to keep going.
All right, thank you. Okay, you can go on.
The second question, which is what would I do with the prize? I am currently doing some work with some organizations, but I think I will be, in all honesty, if I say something like I'm discussing with someone about collaborating for a writer's residency, also inspiring those who are emerging writers and mentoring them. I've been doing that for a long time, being part of organizations in Lagos. I don't want to mention names because, but some of them are there in the hall. But one thing is that for someone like me, in all honesty, if I say that I'm going to, I begin to create grand plans. I don't want to disappoint people, but I very much would like to share in organizations that have helped me. Like, I'm thinking about organizations like HANA, no matter how small. I'm thinking about organizations like CORA. I'm thinking about some of the organizations who also perform there. I've been a part of their journey, and I've been very involved with them. And I know that there are things that we can do together. And I don't want to say it off the top of my head because I'm always involved in projects in Nigeria. But for this particular prize, I would want to contribute, no matter whatever amount, to these organizations as a way of saying thank you for joining with me, so that others who are also young and aspiring can also go through that journey, and look back and say that these organizations were there to support me.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Jumoke, for that. And congratulations on making the long list of 11 for the Nigerian Prize for Literature. So we can appreciate them for that. And thank you so much for finding out time to join us today. We congratulate you. All right, so that same question, we'd also like to throw it to Mr. Ayo Oyeku. What does winning the Nigerian Prize for Literature mean to you? And what do you hope to do if you emerge as a winner? And what's your advice out there to other emerging writers like yourself?
Thank you for that question. The funny thing is that I never thought that I would make writing a career. I just had the gift, and I started pretty early. And by 13, I started writing. And by the time I turned 17, I signed my first publishing deal. Even though I was planning then that I was going to write a very big novel at 17, but my publisher called me and said, I want you to write for children. I didn't know why, but they said, that's the direction he wanted me to go. And that was the first time I was going to sit down and start writing for children. So I sent him like 5 manuscripts, and he picked 2 out of them and published them. And one of those books then, that book was titled First Among Equals, was selected by World Bank in 2004. And now, 20 years after, I'm still doing that same thing. I've written 10 children's books, young adult, middle grade, picture book, chapter book, across these genres. I've been able to write 10 children's books for children, and I never thought that this was even possible. So to writers out there, emerging writers, all I can say is the writer's dream is valid. You just have to keep writing. That is actually very, very important. Concerning winning the prize, this question is actually new to me because it wasn't at the top of my head that maybe I'll win, but I'm actually very happy that 20 years being a writer, I'm here today, and I'm happy to see children reading from my book and creating plays out of this book and hopefully inspiring them to have a better life. So let me just say at the top of my head that if I do win the prize, definitely somebody will say, oh, why don't you just say Magic Jalabia Foundation for Children and all that? I won't lie to you. I'm a writer. This is what I know how to do. So I see winning that kind of prize like a writing scholarship to actually write better. But definitely a part of that money will go into organizations that are already experts in these fields, that are already attending to these children. So let's give them part of the money to keep doing what they know how to do best. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Ayo, for sharing your vision on what it means to emerge as a winner and what the prize means to you and your advice to other young persons out there. All right, so we have a few more minutes left, but we'll just ensure that we still give every single person an opportunity, equal opportunity to also answer this question in about 2 minutes each. And I'd like to pass the mic to Mr. Olubumi. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. First of all, about the matter of the advice. You said advice to emerging writers, but since most of the people that are here are children, there are a lot of children here, so I think I would just like to direct the advice mostly to children that are prospective writers or children that are looking to be writers, because there are a lot of children. I mean, you are seeing these writers here and you're thinking that I should be able to do this, or you're an early reader and you feel that you should be able to do this. I think one of the first things is that it cannot be overemphasized. You can hear that Jumoke also said it as well. I'm sure any writer that you ask will also tell you some of the first things that you have to do is read. And it's not just read in passing. You should not just be a passive reader. Read extensively. Nobody's saying spend 24 hours reading, but read extensively. Read as much as you can and read a whole lot as well. And read everything. That's what I always emphasize. And this also is also connected, or it's also related to parents as well. It's kind of like an advice to parents as well. You see a lot of parents being like, say that, oh no, you shouldn't be reading this. I understand the matter of censoring. Of course, that would be the discretion of the parent. You know the things that they should not read at certain ages, but you should also know the things that you should read as well. So I think it's very important that you also encourage your children to read a whole lot. Now, it just doesn't stop at reading when you want to become a writer. It also helps that you observe your environment a whole lot. So when you're around, it's very important that you're not always jumping around, you're not always very noisy. Like in a gathering like this, there's a diverse, set of people. Observe people, watch. I'm not saying you should eavesdrop on people's conversations, but when people are talking, listen to what people are saying. That's how you learn language. That's how you learn how words are being used. Because when you're a writer, your primary commodity is words. So when you're listening to conversations, you're learning how people use words, and that's how it translates to what you're going to write. So if you're going to be a writer, it starts from when you're early. Because I'm not also going to say when you're at a certain age, that's when you're going to start writing. So I think you should just use most of your early years to do those two things, reading and observation. The point where you're going to start writing is going to come to you. You're not going to be like, oh, I'm going to read up until when I'm 10 years old, then I'm going to start writing when I'm 11. You know when you're going to start. Yeah, you know when you have to start writing. And when you start writing, you're not going to start writing and become an expert immediately. So all those years that you have spent reading and observing. Now, it also doesn't mean when you now start writing, you now stop reading and observing. So it's continuous. When you start writing, you're still reading, you're still observing as well. So at some point in that journey, it's going to come to you that you have to start writing. You have now become a writer. Then you start writing. And then the progression begins. You become better and better and better. So that's the advice to emerging writers. That's from childhood. Then about this question of what would you do if you won the prize? I think I said it last year as well. Yeah, when I was on the Longlist, and that was for drama. I always say that I think that's my primary constituency. That's the theater. So in merging children's literature and theater, I think one of the major things that I'll do is a whole lot of investment in children's theater, because there's that dearth of the young people, juvenile theater. Let's just put it like that. I've seen a number of people do that work, and they are doing it from their pockets, and it's a very difficult thing. Some people just said it.
The one in Kaduna.
Some people just said, I think it was, I can't remember who said it when those children were performing. When they were performing, I saw a lot of people that will be very successful in theater. But the thing is that if they don't hone those skills, if there is no investment in that particular thing that they are doing, it's going to end like that. It's just going to end, at that particular stage that they are in. So yes, definitely a lot of investment in children's theater. Like I said, there are a few people that are doing it, but it's a very difficult thing to do without funding. So yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Olubim. Please, can we appreciate him for that? So we'd also like to hear from Mr. Henry on what it means to, what it means to emerge as a winner, your advice to other emerging writers out there, and what do you hope to do if you emerge as the winner of the Nigeria Prize for Literature? Thank you.
First of all, I would like to advise emerging writers that writing takes a lot of discipline. If you want to make it as a writer, you have to keep on writing. Today's society may not appreciate what you are doing, but over time, your work may likely outlive you. We studied William Shakespeare in the university, and here was a man who died centuries ago. We are still studying him. So the essence of writing for a writer is to enter the literary canon. When you enter the literary canon, your work will outlive you. People from all over the world will read you. Regardless of whether you win a prize or not, ensure that you keep on championing at the bit. Also, coming to what I will do with the money, I still have an unfinished business from last year. I intended to put my play on stage across the country. I'm yet to realize that. And also, I intend to work closely with NGOs, working with people with disability to see how we can teach them skills, how we can give them gift books, how we can also give them material things to make them stand out in the society. And I can see some of my friends here who last year formed an association of hungry authors. They said they needed encouragement, and I'm particular about this. I tend to also encourage members of Hungry Writers Association Nigeria. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much for that. So can we also hear from Mrs. Ndidi?
Thank you very much. I will start by saying that the essence of writing a book is for the book to be read. In the years of this prize, in the circle of this prize, you have 4 children books win the Nigerian Prize for Literature, A Reader's Theatre and My Cousin Sammy in 2007, The Missing Clock in 2011, and Boom Boom in 2019. But the question is, How many Nigerian children have got to read those books? I can assure you not up to 20% of Nigerian children. I've always been involved with book donation, but there is so many children from low-income families who desire to have books, but I cannot satisfy all of them because I'm limited by resources. So winning this prize will be a boost to this. Some years ago, I made book donations to the Nigerian Police Children's School in Idimu. I've donated to libraries and all of that. So I would like to have be able to do more of that, especially also incorporating the previous books that have won this prize, so that they will not just go out of the shelves. Nigerian children need to read and read and read, because there's a lot of competition with the internet and our children's attention. And like I said before, we need to diversify children's attention to reading again. But for them to read, they have to have the books available. So winning this prize, to me, will be like a validation of my work. I've been writing for children for the past 16 years. My first book was published in 2006, so I've written like 10 children's books. So winning the prize will be like a validation of my work, and it will be a boost in my book donation drive. Thank you.
Yeah, great vision you've got there, Mrs. Ndidi. Thank you so much for that. Okay, I also like to pass the mic to Dr. Temiloluwa to answer the same question. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll start by the advice to writers out there.
Writers.
Yes. So I will say that everyone has a book in them. You just have not found the words to put them down. Also, I will say that the graveyard is full of many people who died without writing that book. So everybody has a book in them. I would just say, start. And I would say, every day, write, write, write. That's just the advice. Then I would say, what would winning the LNG Children's Book Award be for me? Well, I would say that it will be a dream come true. I never had that dream until maybe this year, early this year. So I think it will be a dream come true. What would I use it to do? I said, Readland started, I'm the co-founder of Readland Global, and this started in my sitting room. As we speak, we have different community centers where we have empowered with at least 150 books and more. There are over 7 centers in Nigeria, 3, one in Zambia, one in Sierra Leone, and one in Ghana. What would we use it to do? We would spread more Readland centers where children can come in to read, learn digital skills, foundational literacy, and we just spread the word and make them global leaders of character and competence. That's simply what I would do.
Awesome. That's the vision of Dr. Temiloluwa. I would also like to pass the mic to Mr. Hussein to also answer that question.
Yes. What would I do with the $100,000? Wow. Well, you see, there is an American writer that says that money is not everything. He said it is the only thing. That is in America. But in the village, money is not everything. The community is everything. And so $100,000 in Nigerian present economy would go a long way for community. Already, I have a foundation called Share Grace Foundation. It is an education charity. I have over 65 children, especially underprivileged children in various levels of education. So I think they'll be the happiest when they hear this news. Number 2, I belong to a lot of book clubs. Yo Book Club, Kodekbene Book Club, Eket Book Club, and some of the network of Nigerian book clubs. My president is here, and I know that this money will go a long way to promote book clubs around the communities, in Nigeria. And then my thoughts also gone to what the LNG is doing with CORA. There's a maxim that says that, I think I've seen that maxim in our brochure here, that readers are leaders. If that maxim is true, then I will join the Nlng and CORA to promote readership at all levels with the money. Please, thank you very much. Then, I must say how grateful I am. Because when I wrote this book, I was not thinking of money. I was thinking of inspiration, what could make a difference, touch lives and make a difference. Now, here I am, and there are so many other village children at this level. And there are so many books lying around to be written, not yet written. I have some myself, my publishers are here, and each and every one of us can do a book. If just sitting down during the COVID, because that's when I wrote Village Boy, I have 2 other books, they are out there for us to see. But during COVID, I said, okay, let me capture this feeling of being in the village. If just taking a little time out to do that can bring me to this level, there are so many other books to be written. I want to encourage all of us, not just children here, to think out something. And right, my colleague has said something very fundamental and foundational. My colleague Henry here talked about William Shakespeare. We should talk about Wole Soyinka. Maybe I can really talk about Chinua Achebe, because my book has been compared with Chinua Achebe's book by various reviewers. And my book has already gotten global, a village book that has gone global. So I would really encourage all of us here present to do our best to also put some things down. You never know which one will win the Nigerian Prize for Literature.
All right, thank you so much for that. We are grateful to hear your vision and your own perspective about what the prize means to you. So we are going over to Mr. Ijonas to tell us what winning the Nigerian Prize for Literature means to you. What do you hope to do if you emerge as a winner, and what's your advice out there to emerging writers like yourself, young and old? Thank you.
What does the prize, or what does the prize mean to me? Or what will it mean to me? You see, every writer wants to be read. You don't want to write a book and it gathers dust on the shelf. You want it to be read. I think primarily what the prize will do for me is that I will get to be read. Because it will be a form of canonization. You see, if you were in the US or somewhere and the critics pick up your book and run with it, you are sure you will be read. But here, nobody actually pays attention to what the critics say about any book. So the only form of canonization we have is that you win a prize. Then it means that book, interest will be centered on that book. So that's on that. Now, what will the money, or what will I do with the money, the prize money? You won't believe me, but it happens to be the truth. I stopped myself from thinking of what to do with the money. I stopped myself from going that far. But there is one thing I know for sure, that I'll make a budget speech. And what I'm sure will be in that budget speech is that I will endow a prize in 2 universities that I'm associated with. At the University of Ibadan and at the Pan-Atlantic University. I will endow a prize for the best student project film, multimedia or film. It will be a prize that will be there forever. That's what I'm sure about. I have a very simple advice for anybody who wants to write. Whether you're a child or you're a grown-up writer, don't write about what you don't know. Simple.
All right, great. Don't write about what you don't know.
Yeah.
All right, so I'd also like to pass the mic to Mr. Taofik to also answer that question 3 in 1 in about 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. In fact, that question is a very big one. But what is on my mind is that if you give me that money and the award, I will just go to the streets and dash some people part of the money, and I will just find myself either back to Yale or Oxford and just return back there so that I can come back and give you something that is even more than the amount they've given to me. Because I know quite well that money has a way of destroying visions if you are not very careful. And this kind of money could be such that can derail a very serious writer who really wants to write the world. Because one major thing that a serious writer tries to do is running away from whatever is going to entangle you to the world and it won't allow you to write well. And I know money is just one of it. Then for women, maybe women and good food. So, as a result of that, I will give part of the money to some people. Then I'll return to Oxford or Yale. This argument, Professor Oloko is here, is my teacher. Prof, we have argued, we've done this debate severally because he's one of my best teachers. Anytime I can confess that because it's highly philosophical. And this matter, we've raised it. And one day I think he met me was saying, hey, if you win that kind of money, you know what, you will disappear. He's there. He challenged me the last time. I think that was last year when I was on this same seat. He said, I'm going to disappear. But I said, sir, I'm not going to disappear because I came into writing not because of the money, but I want to surpass the record of people like William Shakespeare, Jane Austen, and these tough guys. And I have not seen myself even beating 30% of their records. So I think I need more than this prize. Yes, the prize is good. It will be good for me. But I think I need more than that. I won't just disappear. Perhaps I will share the money, give to some of those my friends and other. Some people are busy recording. So, yeah, exactly. So we move on with life so that we can write something quite better. Because for the young writers, I think my own advice is this. Our society is yet to produce the great writers that we are waiting for. Shakespeare is still taking all over the world, and anytime I come across him, I always feel a little bit bad because I want somebody who is coming from my tribe, my country, my society to be like William Shakespeare. I want to see his record brought down, and somebody from Africa is up there. And whoever is going to do that, the person is going to sacrifice a lot of things, a lot of comfort. So for the younger writers, I would say that all these, I join book club, I join reading this, reading that, is good. But the truth there is that it's a life of sacrifice. To be extremely good is a life of sacrifice. So the young writers, you have to go back and look at those successful ones. Like somebody like Shakespeare, Jane Austen, and a lot of them, they did not have any house in Ikoyi or all those places, but their names are all over the place. So if you start with the intention of money, you are not likely going to go far. Because writing has a spirit, and you have to remain within the confines of that spirit, and that is the advice I'm going to give to the young writers that are coming, of which I want to remain as a writer till I leave this world. Thank you.
All right. Can we appreciate Mr. Taufik for that? Thank you so much for that response. Ladies, gentlemen, on the final note, and because of our time, we'd like to take the final response for this panel. And over to Mr. Akoni. Thank you.
Thank you. What the award means to me, I would say it's an amplification of my voice. It's a validation. And then it will enhance the newfound love. My newfound love is to champion the cause of against drug abuse in Nigeria, because after mapping out the 6 geopolitical zones in the country, I realized that the problem of drug abuse is actually bigger than I thought it was. And especially among the teens and the teenagers, yeah. So it will be an amplification of my voice and help me champion this cause. Then on the award money, what I would do with it, should I win? Well, I would say it will be it will facilitate the cause, because I have particular percentage I feel I will donate into that cause for campaigning, for sensitization, and to help indigent children who, probably because their parents were taken because of drug addiction, or they suffer one thing or the other because of drug addiction, to help children as such, which we include scholarship and the rest for them. Then my advice to the younger, the emerging writers, I'm going to reiterate what my friend Olubomi said, but I'm going to read from the last part, just a page of the book in my hand, Bode's Birthday Party, quoting from Bode himself, a statement he made, and I'll use that as my advice to children who are aspiring to become writers. I read, I wrote this story while I was in Irawo. We had a lot of fun together. Grandma was elated to have us back. Uncle Tunde also came around for a while to share in the fun. I can't wait to share the story with Nusa and Omar. I'm sure they will be glad to read a story that has each of them as part of the characters. If you like to write a story during your next holiday, with yourself as the hero, find a way to help someone today, solve a problem, and be like me. Remember, I was born to solve big problems. Bye. So, that is the statement from Bode, and I will advise children who aspire to be writers, find a reason, something you want to write about, a cause you want to champion, and then focus on that. Let what you're writing be for a particular purpose. Your why writing should come before your what writing. Why you're writing should come before what you're writing. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if your hand is not too busy, can we appreciate all our writers and panelists today? You would agree with me that this has been a brilliant conversation so far. Among a long list of about 163 entries that were received for this prize, we finally have a long list of 11 writers for the Nigerian Prize for Literature. Please, with a resounding round of applause, can we appreciate them once again together? And if you don't mind, okay, over to Mr. Jaman before we have the group photograph. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a big round of applause for all the laureates. They are all the winners, including Jumoke and Uche. Thank you. What I would just like to do now, so that we don't miss the opportunity like last year, is to invite Mr. Andiode, Ms. Osfall, the chairman of CORA, Secretary General of CORA, to come on stage and take pictures with the writers, and then the chairman of CORA will wrap this up. Please, a big round of applause for them as they come on stage. Meanwhile, we can play the group, so that we can meet the 11 again, we can play the group video projection. Thank you very much, all of you. So, the photographers will advise us on how to do it. How do you want us to do it, please? In the middle. How? Good. Okay. Going to take the pictures in batches, but that will be, the rest will be after the chairman will have done the wrap up. Please know that we're still going to have dance with the DJ. The DJ is in the house. That's after the band will have played. Next batch of photograph, please. Any CORA board member here, I saw shall allow you to join us. And then Anne-Marie and Yemi, please join us on stage. Any board member of CORA to join us. Please, is it Titi Oswald too? Titi Oswald, please. Please join us, yes. This is the second batch of photograph. Anne-Marie, please. Now, the next batch, any other NLNG member here? NLNG staff, join us, please. NLNG staff, please join us quickly.
Sir.
After them, presidents and executives of artists associations, of writers associations, please. President and executive MENSCO members, please, quickly. Staff of NLNG who are here, members of CORA who are here, board members of CORA. Please, sound for the band. Can you give the band sound, please? Please, let's know when you are done, photographers. Okay, thank you very much. Please, a big round of applause as they go back to their seat while we have the chairman of CORA to wrap this up. Big round of applause for them, please. Thank you very much, everybody. You've been wonderful audiences. Now, band, you can come down. When I needed you, you were not ready. So we want to take a statement now. Yes. Please, let's pay attention. We want to wrap now. Just briefly. Just briefly. Please, a round of applause for the chairman of CORA, who is going to be wrapping this up for us nicely.
Good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm especially excited to be called upon once again Because we do this annually, it has almost become a habit. My heart is full of gratitude and congratulations. Our superstar writers have all gone back to the seats, but we must especially congratulate them and thank them for the rigorous work they must have done. And if you know what writers go through, we cannot appreciate them enough. It's quite a lonely, isolated exercise before they bring these thoughts out, organize them in such a form that you want to read them when they print them and they become books. So I want to say my special congratulations to our 11 writers whom we are celebrating tonight. As far as we are concerned in CORA, all of them are winners. Something unique, too, is happening today. You can see that the hall is populated by very young people. This is the first time we are doing that, exquisitely, especially for young people. And honest to goodness, I was beginning to have this bias that even the subsequent readings in subsequent years will be done by younger people. I'm sure I've taken the permission of the Board of Trustees, Board of Directors, and management of Committee for Relevant Arts, better known as CORA, to speak our special thanks and gratitude to Nigeria LNG for what they are doing, what they've been doing, and what we hope that they will continue to do. Yes, they are the biggest company in Nigeria, but they should not be carrying the burden alone. There are other big profit-making enterprises that do not share a thought for this noble endeavor of Nigerian LNG. And what baffles me, because I've always challenged Mr. Ode, why don't they say enough about Nigerian LNG, the great and wonderful things they are doing in different crevices of Nigeria, all the good that they are doing? We don't get to know enough about it. I think they are just a special company that have just chosen to be very, very, well, I would say sophisticated. I think that's the word. They choose to be sophisticated, but they are doing marvelous things at the same time. I have a bouquet of gratitude because it takes a special person on a Saturday afternoon to abandon all those juicy things that are happening in town, to now choose that all you want to do is to come and sit down and listen to people throw vocabulary at you. I haven't thrown anyone yet, but Mr. Tony Akosho before me, he threw a lot of vocabulary at us. Thank God we are still alive, But it takes a special kind of person. So for that, not only will I thank you, I think you should give yourself a round of applause. I'll never be given enough time to express myself, like it's very common. It's almost like you have so much to say, and there's such little time. But at the same time, you have to acknowledge the people who put all of this together. And I especially appreciated those young people who entertained us in different ways. I was simply overwhelmed, if not flabbergasted, like they use in those words. They were so good. They look professional. I've seen them before. They get to be better and better, and they need the encouragement of all of us to make them get better, either as writers or as performers. We are seeing budding talents on display. So I want to thank them especially. And there are teachers and handlers who make so much sacrifice. One thing that people don't know is that most of the people who put this together are people like us, but with bigger hearts. Small resources, big hearts. They engage these young people under very dire circumstances. And not only do they provide for them, they educate them, they inspire them. So what you are seeing is actually the finished work of very, very raw circumstances. So I think they need to have a special round of applause too. So I've now been called here to be given vote of thanks. The people who deserve that, who are especially entitled to that, is actually the good people of Nigerian LNG, the biggest company in Nigeria and the most charitable company. Thank you very much for coming. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Chief Kayode Adeonyoko, the Chair of CORA Board of Trustees. The final word is actually from the Manager of Corporate Communication, Nlng, Mrs. Osford. Okay, big round of applause for her.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I think it's been an awesome afternoon, wouldn't you agree? And I think for many, many reasons. I think we know why. One of them being that The special guests for today, the children, have also been the stars of today. They've entertained us with the dance performance pre-event. They did an excellent reading, just as the chair has said, where they were passionate, they showed reading skills, and they also brought all the books alive, and then topped it up with a wonderful performance on stage. I think, again, they deserve a round of applause, please. I think my task this evening has been made all the more easy because our GM, External Relations and Sustainable Development for Nigeria LNG, has extensively shown or expressed appreciation. And likewise, our dear chair of CORA. But permit me to say a few more words of gratitude. As I've said, we can attribute the success today to so many things, but I think particularly the genre of literature that is being celebrated today, or has been celebrated, reminds us that in each and every one of us, there's a child. And we can therefore still connect to stories, readings, drama skits that have been peeled, indeed, from the 11 exciting works we have celebrated today. The books have been well written, and we've heard excerpts from these great books. They've been beautifully graphicked, and they tell stories in colors as lucid and as clear as the voices that we hear from the authors. On behalf of everyone here present, I congratulate the authors. They really gave us a window into their world, showed us what it is that motivates each and every one of us, and have reminded us about the challenges that we still face in our society today. For that, we are grateful. It is the 20th anniversary of the prize, and a good opportunity for us at Nigeria LNG to reflect on the impact of the Nigeria Prize for Literature, its impact on society in many ways, its impact on the writers, their writing, the publishing in the industry at large, and of the reader. One of the major objectives of setting up the prize was to improve literary excellence and revive a rather dying reading culture. You will agree with me that judging by the performance today, these goals are being achieved each and every year, and better each and every year. So therefore, again, on behalf of Nigeria Liquefied Natural Gas, Nigeria LNG, I'd like to say a big thank you to our partners, CORA, for once again organizing an excellent event. And I think another round of applause is deserved. Your commitment in improving and elevating the annual book party, and indeed a book party it was, season after season, year after year, has really exposed the romance that you have with excellence, innovation, and indeed literary achievement. Marcus, the story of the prize cannot be told without you, without your role. Thank you, Chairman. We are glad that we have you as partners in promoting literature in Nigeria and in administering the prize. Our gratitude also goes to the media, call them media or the press. Either way, your efforts are invaluable. And it helps us to meet those targets of really sharing the stories of literary achievement to the larger audience and the larger Nigeria. You continue to play this major role in helping us to improve the quality of the prizes for the last 20 years. So thank you for just adding color. And last but not least, to each and every one of us here present, we thank you all in advance for picking up those copies of those books. You know, this industry continues to need support. So buy those books. Go ahead, Read them, share them, talk to people about them. And remember that there's always a book in you. A book can change your life, a book can save a life. So embrace those books and see yourself fly. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Oswald. Please note that the books are outside. You can buy the book, you can pick copies of the book, and the authors are here to autograph for you. The authors are still here. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone, and that is the wrap for this segment. The next segment is what I love most, entertainment, party, in the hand of the Afrikaners. And then
Peko akete ìlú ọmọ òǹkà dúró kò ṣọ́ra ẹ̀yìn oníyàn yìí sí Èkó bàgbẹ̀rẹ̀ Èkó bàgbẹ̀rẹ̀ Èkó bàgbẹ̀rẹ̀ rárá o ó yá rárá o sí Èkó bàgbẹ̀rẹ̀ Èkó bàgbẹ̀rẹ̀ Èkó bàgbẹ̀rẹ̀ rárá o. Ayọ̀rìndò mo ní yéyé mi pé mi sọ fún mi. Tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ Uncle Steve Èkó àkété ìlú ọgbọ́n a ò bá dúró kò ṣọ́ra ẹ̀bùn oníyànjú sí Èkó bàgbẹ̀rẹ̀ Èkó bàgbẹ̀rẹ̀ Èkó bàgbẹ̀rẹ̀ rárá o rárá o Èkó bàgbẹ̀rẹ̀ Èkó bàgbẹ̀rẹ̀ Èkó bàgbẹ̀rẹ̀ rárá o. Ó yẹ mo ní pé onídòdó. Onímọ̀-ìmọ̀ onídòdó onímọ̀-ìmọ̀ ìgbà tí yóò ta ló gbé gbá kalẹ̀ ẹ̀wà wọ́jà ìlà fi àjì onídòdó sẹ́ sí onídòdó onímọ̀-ìmọ̀ onídòdó onímọ̀-ìmọ̀ ìgbà tí yóò ta ló gbé gbá kalẹ̀. Ẹwà lójà ní láfíàjì sí dókítà bóyá tóbi mú sí wọ́n nígbà ó ní dókítà tóbi mú sí wọ́n àwọn aláìsàn wọ́n wá bí inú yọ̀bẹ̀ ayé ẹwà lójà lọ́sibítù wo onídòdó sábàdó sí onídòdó onímọ̀-ìmọ̀ onídòdó onímọ̀-ìmọ̀. Ìgbà tí yóò ta ló gbé kalẹ̀ sí ẹ̀rọ lójà nílà ó yá sílò 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 lọ́lọ́ sílò lọ́lọ́ sílò sílò. Ọmọ mo ní sílò 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 sílò. Sino, 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 hey, yedi kona fe, jobi, yedi kona fe, jobi, jobi, yedi kona fe. wanna fair, Jorobi, Jorobi. Hey, when you wanna fair, Jorobi, Jorobi. Kesse, kesse, Jorobi, Jorobi. Kissi, kissi, Jorobi, Jorobi. Mama, don't walk, don't try. It's supposed to be a